take place today during the day. And as all proper welcome words, I will start with thank yous. And of course, the biggest thank you goes to all of you who made your journey to Sevilla in these challenging times, in pandemics, and still managed to be with us and to join the forces for our seminar. And then the biggest thank you also goes to co-organizers of the events. And I want to start with the PESCOR team, with Monica, with Katja, and all the people behind this event who have done an amazing job so that we are all here today. And also, of course, the team of the Party of European Socialists, Jose, Michael, thank you also for your contributions and for your help. It's very symbolic seminar today because we were preparing it together with PS and PS Core since 1.5 years already. First, we thought it would take place last year, but due to the circumstances, we couldn't make it. And finally, after so many Zoom calls and so many preparations, we are here today and we are finally doing it. So I think that it is very important that this is one of the first physical events we, Young Socialists, also PESCOR and PS are organizing. So I think that it's going to be a start of maybe slowly going back to our usual workload and our usual organizing the projects. I also want to underline that during today, it's not going to be only about panels, only about us speaking all the day, but it's going to be all about you. Because you are the ones who are implementing the politics we are most of the times discussing in Brussels, on the stages, in our offices, but you are the ones who are actually doing it on the field. So it is very important for us to listen to you, because we are here mainly the listeners, and you are the ones who's going to speak and who's going to interact and exchange the ideas on how to proceed further. And now, not to continue even furthermore, I would like to invite Christoph, who is the president of PESCOR, to say a couple of welcoming words to all of you. And then I will continue with the programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Bienvenue à tous, bienvenido a todos. I'm very proud, I'm happy to welcome you all today as president of the Party of European Socialist group in the European Committee of the Regions. I'm very proud that we are co-hosting the second school for young, progressive local and regional politicians, together with the Young European Socialists. And I would like to thank Anna for her inspiring words. I hope that these two days in Seville will give you many good ideas and strengthen the connections to build a more sustainable and progressive Europe, starting from our towns, cities and regions. I already saw some familiar faces around, but if for many of you this is the first experience, I can already tell you that it will not be the last one. Our group has made it a priority to closely cooperate with young regional and local councillors. Now, let us get back to today and enjoy the opportunity to be together and to continue to discuss one of our main political priorities, a just and progressive European New Deal. For us, socialists, tackling the climate crisis and promoting social justice must go hand in hand. As the title of today's section, Green Up, planting the seeds of a just Green Deal starts at the local level, suggests progressive cities and regions are best places to drive this transition forward. But how can we make the Green Deal happen in our cities and regions? What are the key ingredients? Yesterday, we got inspired by the many progressive leaders. Today, it's about you. You will have the chance to meet two of our group members, Kata Tuto from Budapest and Pascal Smet from Brussels. Share your own progressive local stories, get an insight into funding opportunities, discuss mobilization strategies, and come up with new ideas together for a local and just Green Deal. I know from my own experience as mayor and president of the group of socialists in the Committee of the Region that young, progressive local and regional politicians are driving force for change in their own communities, but also at European level. We hope that this initiative contributes to create a closer network and empower you to become the protagonists and next leaders of the change Europe needs. I wish you a great time today with inspiring debates today and hope to see you also at our future initiative. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for very inspiring welcoming words. And now, before going to our next panel, I will very, very quickly go through some technical information and our program. But before then, I also forgot to mention that we are also live streaming, so there are participants and people behind, and I also want to welcome them and thank them for joining us today. So I will start with bad news for a day, and it is that we are not gonna have a coffee break here, and also we cannot bring coffee inside this room, but there is the Plaza Alameda de Hercules that is nearby, so when you will need a coffee and some energy, you go and take it there. But then I will also continue with other remarks, and of course first is the safety rules. I see you all are respecting it. Whenever we are going in the space or even outside in terrace, we will need to wear the masks. Only the speakers, panelists at this table will be allowed to speak without mask while we are at the table. Then another remark is regarding the Wi-Fi password. I think you are all in the WhatsApp chat and you already got a password there. If not, we can share it later as well with you. There is also very, very interesting exhibition regarding LGBTIQ movements in Spain downstairs. So we encourage you during the lunch break to go down and to explore it and check it out when you have a free time. And then another information is that today we are going to have a dinner at 9 o'clock. The information regarding the dinner you have not got yet, but it will be posted again in a WhatsApp chat. So once again, please join the chat if you are not there, in order to get more updates directly from there. So, regarding today, what we are going to do, I will very, very quickly go through it now. We will start after the program introduction with our panel and our guests regarding Green Deal, building a sustainable and just recovery for all. Then we will do also interactive workshop called World Cafe. I think most of you have already done it before, and we will explain a bit later how are the rules of the World Cafe, and we are expecting a lot of inputs from you from this session. It's going to be about your local stories. Then we will have a lunch break, and during the lunch, as I said, either you can go and check out the exhibition, or you can do a speed dating with each other in order to meet as much people, young people or participants as possible. And then before lunch after World Cafe, we will also gather in the yard, in this beautiful yard, to take a group picture. So please, after World Cafe, just gather together downstairs for the group pic. And then after lunch, we will come back with another panel regarding Green Deal and how to make work on the ground. So we will discuss more on local contexts. And it will be followed up with the final panel of today. It's about mobilizing and campaigning for a Green New Deal. So we will discuss more how we can organize for it after the day of the discussions. More about theory. We will speak more about practice at the end of the day, and then we will conclude. You will have some free time today as well between the closure and the dinner, and then we meet each other for the dinner and close our day there. So it's a program introduction. If you have any questions, any concerns, anything, you are always welcome to approach me, Monica, Jose. We are very happy to answer any of your questions. So now I will go to our panel discussion of today. And of course, as I said, we will be having introductory remarks for our speakers. But at the same time, if you have any questions, any remarks, please feel free to raise a hand. We have the microphone, so you will be also given the floor to ask the questions. So I will now directly go to our speakers. I will very quickly introduce them to you, but I will give floor to them to speak more about themselves. And we have, of course, Kata Tuto. She is a deputy mayor of Budapest. And yeah, we all know the challenging times you are going in Hungary. We will be expecting from you to give us a bit introductory remark about the situation there, especially from your perspective as a deputy mayor. And then we have also Pascal from Brussels, who is the state secretary of the Brussels region. And we also have discussed yesterday a lot about Brussels city, about the challenges it's facing, and I know you are doing a lot in order to overcome them, so I would expect from you to give us insight of those situations. So I will start with Kata. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. It's working. Yeah? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I'll do some introduction just to have my background. I'm in politics for 20-something years now. My first election was in 1998, and I'm a city councillor for 20 years in Budapest. I was in different positions, but I'm deputy mayor for 2 years. When Budapest was like one of not so many cities who could beat the mayor of the governing party. So Budapest became a free city 2 years ago with many other Hungarian cities, forming a coalition with a lot of opposition parties. We will have elections in April, like in 5 months, and it's quite important in Hungary also from a local perspective, because what is happening, we started in Hungary after the transition with quite strong municipalities, with a lot of budget, with a lot of power. And in the past 30 years, it's evaporating step by step. And what happened in the past 10 years, under the current Fidesz government, is that local governments are losing their power. And what happened in the past 2 years under the coronavirus pandemic is that we almost lost everything. If you want to look at Budapest, we are responsible, like every big capital, we have a lot of responsibilities, but one of the biggest is maintaining public transport. Public transport is, it means it's not just the citizens of Budapest, 1.8 million people, but 3 million people are using public transports in the roads of Budapest. And it's city responsibility to maintain it. And two things happened. One is that our only local revenue, the city has only one tax, that it's its own tax, all other taxes are centralized. This one tax is paid by, it's not paid, we don't get anything from the VAT, we don't get anything from the personal income tax. We only get this local tax paid by the companies. And this tax was centralized, halvened, taken away. So what I see now in Budapest is that I don't even have enough revenue to maintain public transport, and I don't even have enough revenue to buy like electricity for street light for the next year. So for us, the next 5 months will be about life and death for local authorities. But I want to talk about some positive things too, not just because I really always get stuck in with when I talk about my government. Killing all of our projects, we were completely left out from the EU's recovery and resiliency program. We are completely left out from the Next Generation EU. There's like zero partnership. So all the partnership principles have been violated, and most of our power and budgets had been centralized. But still, we could do a lot. You have to understand that in Hungary, I think I was talking about that yesterday, the green transition and all the discussions that are happening on the EU level, it's not present in the Hungarian discourse. So talking about climate change, talking about the role of cities, talking about circular economy, talking about energy transition, it's all missing from the Hungarian discourse. What we do, not just Budapest, but other big cities, we formed an alliance of free cities. We try to, with our assets, with the power we have, to bring these discussions in. We adopted a new sustainable energy and climate action plan. We work with all the big city alliance. We are active members of the Covenant of Mayors. We adopted a new biodiversity strategy. We do a participatory budget, which is quite a new thing in Hungary. Nobody ever did it before, so we are gathering some experiences that our citizens can decide part of our budget. We do citizens' assemblies, which is also a new thing in Hungary. It never really happened before because like everything is being centralized. I think I mentioned it yesterday that there is the conference on the future of Europe, where we are expecting every European to join in the conversation, to talk about where do we want more Europe, where do we want less Europe. This is also absolutely missing from the Hungarian discourse. So we, as City of Budapest, we try to bring it in. We sent out a letter to our citizens. We are also holding a citizens' assembly. But I would really like to highlight some of the things I think that can be important on the local level. So if you look at the Green Deal and if you could look at implementation, it's always good to check if your city, municipality is involved in the Covenant of Mayors. Because the Covenant of Mayors, the local Covenant of Mayors office can give you a lot of help in how to join in, has all the great examples, and also the Committee of the Regions, we are collecting best practices in every field. If you look at circular economy, if you want to look at energy communities, tackling energy poverty, housing, transport, greening, we gather a lot of best practices, and I see how useful it is on the local level in decision making, because a lot of times we think something is impossible. Like if I look at the circular economy, can you leave from a high level of landfilling of waste to a high level of recycling without burning the waste, without building incinerators? And a lot of times we see it happening in Central Eastern Europe because, you know, you have to stop landfilling. This has been decided. But okay, if you have like 50% and 60% of landfilling, how do you get to like 80% of recycling? And usually politicians say that's impossible, let's build an incinerator, let's burn the waste. Well, that's against the circular economy. But then you can find cities and regions who could do this leap without burning waste, go from a high level of landfilling to like 85% of separate waste collection, having a multiplying effect, having all the citizens involved, and with a lower price in waste collection. But we have these good examples on greening our cities, on biodiversity, on energy communities. So I think it's really important to look at these examples, look at the Covenant of Mayors, check out our best practices in the Committee of the Regions, because then you can get a lot of inspiration, not just inspiration, a lot of know-how on how to start. We have this twinning city project, so if you see something that can be interesting, we can easily connect municipalities and you can get a lot of help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Kata, for giving this interesting insight. And indeed, like we need to, it's no one size fits all, but of course we will need to listen to each other and share local experiences. And here I'm coming to Brussels again. So Pascal, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Pascal Smet. I'm now responsible in the Brussels Capital Regional Government for urbanism, heritage, international and European affairs, and due to the Belgian confederal or federal system, also for foreign trade of Brussels. So we regionalized that in Belgium. Before that I did mobility and public works, and I will talk about that. And before that I was even education and youth minister in the Flemish government. And before that I did a lot on asylum and migration. So I already have some experience, if I can say that. So just let me tell you just one question before I start. Who of you has been in Brussels? Well, it's not bad. Who has not been in Brussels? Who dares to say that? Okay, so you have to. Just those who know it, I'll explain a little bit. You know, Brussels is a medium-sized city. We are the capital of Belgium. We're the capital of many things. NATO, European Union, international organizations. Definitely not yet the capital of cycling, but I hope that one day it will come. So medium-sized city, 1.2 million inhabitants. We have every day 300,000 commuters coming in. That was before COVID, 400,000 commuters coming in, 162 square meters. Some areas of the city are pretty dense, some others are less dense. We have also a big international community. Just to give you an idea of the city, 1 out of 3 of the city are Europeans. They cannot vote in our elections, which means in our regional elections that we have a kind of democratic deficit. We are the most cosmopolitan city of Europe. We are the second in the world after Dubai. And if you come to Brussels, you will notice it. Everybody can be himself, herself, everybody will speak his or her language. We are a city without a dominant culture, and so we are a city of minorities. And in some way, we think, or we like to think, that we are the city of the future, and that will be in any city in Europe like that. Now, Brussels, after the war, built itself and was embracing modernism and was thinking that the future was the car. You know, after the war, everything was about the car, was about the modernization of society. And so what did Brussels do at the time is they just demolished neighborhoods, they built flyovers, big highways in the city, and they were thinking they were doing great. And at the time, people probably were thinking they were doing great. You know, it was really a car-oriented city. And one of the reasons why I went in politics, although at the time when I went again in politics, because I was in politics and then I left politics because I didn't like the world of politicians, you know, with the elbows and things like that, and the egos and all that bullshit around it. I didn't like it that much, so I left politics. But then they asked me to go back in Brussels, and the reason why I went back into Brussels, I left an international career behind, is simply because I love the city. And I was walking a lot in the city, and when I walked through it, I said, why is this not a car-free square? Why is this not enlightened? Why don't we have a park here? Why don't we have in the center of Brussels a piétonnier, as we call it, a pedestrianized zone? Why don't we have it? And when then I got an opportunity to go in politics, I had 24 hours to think about it. I said yes, and then I started to try to make the city better. And so I tried, as always a thing in my political life in Brussels, is to change the whole mentality of a car-oriented city towards a people-oriented city, to no longer to be a city for cars, but a city for people. And I think today, with the COVID crisis and the pandemic, everybody is now embracing the idea that cities should be places where people interact, where people meet each other, and no places where you have cars who are meeting each other. You all know, you know, I don't know if you know that, but when two cars meet each other, how do you call that? A car accident, you know, and I'm a cyclist myself, you know, and if I cycle in the morning in the city, you know, after a while, you know, everybody was cycling in the beginning, especially because there are not that many cyclists, but now there are much more. You say hello to each other. You know how car drivers say hello to each other in the morning? And that's the big difference, you know. That's what it's all about. And that's what I try to map, and that's the lessons that I learned in political life. If you want to change about mobility, about a more people-oriented city, to get less air pollution, don't talk about mobility. Don't talk about we are going to cut the cars away. Don't talk about that. Talk about the objectives. Talk about I want a square where kids can play. I want a square where people can drink a coffee without having the gases of the cars. I want a square where people can be people. So the biggest mistake, you know, that often socialists and social democrats make is they always talk about means, never about the objectives. And I sometimes compare it with a travel agency, you know. If you want to go, or if a travel agency wants you to sell a voyage, a travel to somewhere, to a tropical island, they're not going to say to you, like some social democrats like to do, or socialists like to do, you know, you have to take a plane, but before if you get at the airport, you should know there could be a traffic jam, or your train can be in delay, you know, or this could happen, and this could happen, and then it looks like that. No travel agent is doing that. They're just going to show you a picture of a beautiful beach with white sand, with palm trees, blue skies, with a lot of sun, and they will say, you are going to this, and all the rest I will take care of that. And that's a little bit what I learned in politics too. When you want to change the fabric of a city, you have to let people dream. So I stopped explaining plans, you know, stopped explaining what we want to do. I just simply made pictures and say, you know, this is this today, and tomorrow it will be this. And if you want this, we have to change, and then there will be through a period. So the first lesson that I learned was not to talk about the means, not to explain a lot, but show and talk about the objectives. Because how can someone in a city be against the idea that a kid should play on a square on a nice sunny day? Who could be against that idea? You have to be really weird in your head if you're against. You have people like that, huh? But you have to really to be. Yeah, you have citizens like that, of course, you have it, but you're a minority. So let them dream. That was the first thing that I always did. Let them dream, let them show, and of course, deliver. Second thing that I learned, and I know in politics today it's not always a thing, you know, because you know politics and especially the media and the social media, it's very short term, but stay focused. Know what you want and where you want to come. And in politics, everybody who has experience in politics knows events are things, and people will try to, that you're not going to your aim, but stay focused. Know what you want, explain it, and try, and I'm going to say something that some people don't understand, but I'm going to say it, try to make some people happy against their will. I'm going to say it again. Try to make people happy against their will. But there's something that I think is, for me, I'm not a dictator, huh? Don't have to misunderstand. I believe in participation, I believe in people participation, all that kind of stuff. But in political life, that's my experience, and more than ever, people want politicians who have a vision. People want politicians who have a dream. They want politicians who have an opinion. And today, with all the opinion makers, polls and all that thing, politicians behave like sheeps, you know. They are running behind people. But you are not a sheep. You are a politician. You are a leader. And that means that you have to assume what you think. And of course, you have to listen to people. And of course, you have to try to capture what people want. But if you really want to change, you have to have your own ideas too. And you have to stick to them. And you have to embrace them. And you have to convince people that it's right what you want to do. I'm going to give a concrete example, you know, some examples. When we made squares in Brussels car-free, like Flagey, I don't know, the ones who have been in Brussels, you know, Flagey, it used to be full of cars. I made it car-free. It's not that long ago. It's only 12 years ago. It was full of cars. It was my first big political fight in Brussels, you know. Everybody was against it. The same thing with a new tram line. You know, if you want to make a tram line in a city, it's good for the mobility, it's good for general interest, good for the air quality, it's good for people getting around fast, quick. But oh my God, in the neighborhood, if you want to do a tram line, everybody is against it, you know. And then you have to dare to stick to idea. And what happened with the tram line we did in a part of Brussels, in the beginning, 80% of the people against it. During the process, 50% against it. When we opened it a couple of years later with the King of Belgium, they were all there. Everybody went in the tram. And 1 week later, we had to increase the frequency. And 1 month later, all the people who were against it were saying that they had a very good idea to have the tram line. You know, that's politics. Because in a democracy, and that's for me very important, in a democracy, it's all about ideas. And that means you stand for ideas. And when you deliver and it's good, people will vote for you. And when you do bad things, people won't vote for you. That's the price of democracy. And I think politics is killing itself today, and people smell it, when you follow people and you don't have this idea. So for me, the advice, if I can give you advice for you, is believe in things, fight for the things, convince people. Don't follow people like that, because you already have enough followers. If you want to have followers, go on Instagram. Huh? Until the next big thing will come. Huh? But if you're in politics, you need Instagram also today, but then you have your own ideas. Other thing I learned in politics is listen to those who say nothing. If you are in city life, a lot of people will complain, but a lot of people agree with you. But because they agree with you, they won't say anything. Because they say it's good, why should I say something? And then you have always the big mouths, and of course how the media functions today, and the asocial media too. I don't call it social media, I call it asocial media. The asocial media, they are amplifying and put a megaphone on all the ones who are against it, because it sells. People like things like that. Scandal, 48-hour scandals. So get over it, that too. Another thing I learned in politics is, if you want to get into the hearts of the people, it's to be authentic. Never change. I'm going to tell you something. If later in your life you get in politics and you have communication people, don't listen too much to these communication people. You know, they are going to make something of you, another product. Be yourself. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's less good, sometimes people will understand you, sometimes they don't, sometimes you make a little mistake. I did also mistakes. I give you an example. I should not tell it, but I have no one of my press team here. And, you know, once I compared Brussels with a prostitute, a whore. You know, I say it's horny in its ugliness and ugly in its horniness. And, you know, Brussels is, as you know, it is very diverse. It's at the same time you like it and at the same time you dislike it, you know. And it was literal. I thought it was going to be, you know, like literally. But then all of a sudden, some people say, "What is he doing?" And I was against women, but they forgot there are male prostitutes too. I was not against women. And some others were saying, "What is he saying?" No, well, maybe afterwards I learned a lesson. As a politician, don't be too much a literary figure, because that can go wrong. So in city life, if you want to change cities, and what we did in Brussels, and we are now on the right track. If you're in Brussels, you will see a lot of cyclists, a lot of bicycle lanes, a lot of car-free squares, a lot of more public transport. We made also high-quality public transport. I don't know if you already took the tram or the metro in Brussels, and I will explain that to you too, and I'll stop as introduction then. You know, in the beginning, when I arrived in Brussels, our trams were yellow and blue. Did you ever see a guy or a woman buy a car that is yellow or blue, or fuchsia, rose, of this ugly green color? Did you ever notice that in public transport, very often, these buses have colors that any normal person would never choose for his home or his own vehicle? But then public transport is like that. Like you say, it's cheap, it's not nice. So deliberately, we asked a car designer to design our metros and buses. They look a little bit like a car design, you know. We have indirect lighting, we have wood, we have steel, it's gray. We got rid of all these ugly colors, and if you see them now, you say, it's chic, you know. And we wanted it chic. And then we chose also to put leather seats in it. And then the Flemish nationalists were saying, I don't know if you know a little bit Belgium, the Flemish nationalists, they don't like Brussels, you know. No, they're completely getting nuts. They're putting leather seats in Brussels. You will see all this little crapule, vandalism, they will destroy it. They think they have money enough, like that. You know what happened? We had no longer vandalism. Our new metro buses with the leather seats were no longer vandalized. Because we were saying to people, it's for you, it's nice, it's quality. And people understood it instinctively. So, in political life, there, Stay yourself, stay authentic, dream, have ideas. If you don't have ideas, I would urgently ask you to quit politics. And ask yourself also if you're on politics. It's one of the most beautiful jobs, but at the same time, it's one of the most shittiest jobs you can have. But you have to ask yourself, why do I want to be a politician? For me, it was very simple. It was the city of Brussels. That's the only reason why I'm still in politics, because I like to change the city. And the day I have the feeling I can no longer contribute to that, I will be gone. I don't need politics for my ego. I don't need it to be happy. I have other things to be happy. I like it. I'm happy. I'm not unhappy. I like it. And even no more because I do international European affairs, so I can travel a lot and nobody can complain about my footprint. How do you say it again? With your ecological thing? I'm flying too much last month, but nobody can say something because it's my job. But, you know, I'm happy. But ask yourself, why are you in politics? That's the most fundamental question that you have to ask you. For me, it's to make a better society. I believe also, and that's why we are social democrats or socialists, I also believe that we can make society. And today, a lot of people will say, you cannot make society, you cannot make cities, like that. Don't believe that liberal bullshit, you know? We can. We proved we can. So ask all of you for the future, do I want to have a shitty life, a beautiful life? Do I want to fight? And the question is yes, then you will have a very beautiful life. But never forget who you are and why you are doing it. Because we will need that feeling in the difficult moments that you'll always have in a political career. So that's what I want to say as an introduction.
Thank you for giving us a food for thought. I think you mentioned a couple of very interesting remarks and also to shake up the debates and our minds about what you said, because I agree with you, even generally when we are speaking about environmental justice and Green New Deal, we are using a lot of these technocratic terms that only we know as a politicians because we are boiling in this in the bubble, mostly Brussels bubble, but it's very important to also touch the emotions and the hearts of the people and to really understand the core, because at the end of the day, our aim is really to change things and to know what people want and what touches people. And thanks for sharing also your personal experience, why you are in politics. I appreciate it. Now, before I go to the questions I have to our speakers, I want to go back to audience and ask you if you have any questions, any insights to Pascal and Gata, please, or any remarks, feel free. Oh, I see hands, please. Can someone bring a mic? Now, before I go to the questions I have to our speakers, I want to... please also introduce yourself and then...
Is it working?
No, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm Céline Geisman, I'm Deputy Mayor of the City of Strasbourg, and I have a question for Pascal because I rely a lot on what you say about how you change the city because of mobility. In Strasbourg, it's a city we have a lot of bicycle line, one of the top cities in France with bicycle lines, so this is not an issue for us. But we have this big question with the car and how you stop car and how you can make place free of car. Because as a socialist, I think it's difficult. It's a difficult choice, it's difficult balances, because we know that some people need a car to go to their work, to bring children at school, to a lot of stuff. So we see a big clash in the city with all this, we call it bobo, you know, like I'm part of them. We are living in the city center, we are only bicycling, it's easy for us to not having a car. And then you have the people living in the periphery of the city, and they need a car and they don't have the choice to the other bicycle. Sometimes they even don't have bicycle line in their neighborhood. So how we do to bring this community together, to make a city without opposing each other, because I think as a socialist it's really difficult to just cut the car. Of course we want free carbon area, of course we want place with sport for children, but how we do with the people that don't have the freedom to do it because they just cannot do it? And that is my question for you. So how we do to bring this community?
Thank you.
People adapt to change. People adapt to change.
Yeah.
So I think that's the... So, sorry.
Yes, you can. I'm sorry.
I wish you had started, because then I would have picked up differently the whole conversation. experiences on politics. So I love that. But if we stick to what Pascal said, so if you have the majority to make decisions in politics, and if you know what's good, and we all doing the same, all of our cities are quite on the same track in Europe, and we see that what we thought impossible, getting cars out, a lot of cities have done that, people adapted to it. But I think there was one thing that threw us back a little bit, because we were all on the track of creating happier cities and happier citizens. How do you have happier cities? If you build communities, how do you build communities? If you connect people, how do you connect people in a city? You create public spaces where people actually meet, and the biggest public spaces are car lanes, so you have to have less space for cars and more space for people to meet. And this is what we wanted. And then came the pandemic, and the safety of public spaces has been challenged. So how do you connect people, how these spaces will be safe spaces. And one other thing happened, there's this concept of the 15-minute cities. So we don't want people to travel, that they see everybody is moving into the cities, but we don't want everybody to come into the city centers. We want to have local communities where everything is in reach of 15 minutes. The school, the doctor, the workplace, the grocery, everything, so people don't need their cars. But what we experience now, like in Budapest, we were also working on this compact city process, not to do the sprawl, like people moving out in the green and traveling 2 hours a day in a car. But what happened in the pandemic is with all the teleworking and stay at home all day, 24 hours a day, and 7 days a week. It's really different if you have like a 1 or 2 room flat, and it's really different if you have a house with a garden. So we faced again a lot of people moving out from the city, which we were aiming for a long time to stop this and having people moving back to the city. But we lost a lot of citizens in the past 1.5 years, moving out in the sprawl around the city, buying something which has a garden and a bigger space. So these challenges always make us rethink how to get back to our citizens. Pascal.
Yeah, I answer to then you? I will ask you a question.
One word, yes. I was very impressed with your presentation. I think that we should have a vision and do it. You're right. But I think so, as my own experience, I'm in politics 40 years ago, and 25 years as elected member of a town, and now as mayor. And I think so we should have value, vision, value, method, team, and money for the project. But I think so that the action should be under control of the action should be under control of the value and not the opposite. And every time you should have your aim, your perspective, principle without discussion. I think liberty, equality, Europe, something that you have never exception under this value. If you will be very famous, it's very easy. You will have perhaps a provocation and you will be very famous, but your destiny will be a star shooting. I think so. And if we want to have a long action in a long term, you should have value, perspective, and I think so method. And I think that we are European leaders. We are not populist, demagogic. I think we should have compromise to go to the victory. We must to have a discussion and to find a compromise between people. and to decrease the passion of people in this time.
Yeah, I agree with that, and also speak the language of the people. You know, very often, again, politicians and sometimes socialists, social democrats do have a tendency to talk in city hall words, you know. Don't do that. I think we should talk language that people understand. That's one thing. Second thing for your question is, you know, I always said I'm not against the car. I'm not against the car. Sometimes I use a car in a city too. But when you have an alternative to the car, use the alternative. And explain to people, for instance, if you have a car and you, a privately owned car, and you drive less than 10,000 kilometers a year, actually you are losing money. Then it's better to go to a car sharing system. So what we did in Brussels is at the same time when we were pedestrianizing and we were making more squares car free and bike lanes, we increased the offer of public transport. We invest in high quality public transport, already explained about the vehicles, but we also made it possible that we had a car sharing system. We made it possible that we have the bike sharing system, that we have now the staff sharing system, of course with other problems too, but that the alternatives were there, that people could get rid of their car and get a bike instead, and a subscription to the public transport. So actually we did two things at the same time. We were pedestrianizing things like that, but increasing the offer of an alternative. And always saying to people, if you really need your car, just drive your car. It's the ones who don't need their cars, exactly those who drive less than 5 kilometers in a city, you know, less than 5 kilometers in a city, it's a question that you can do by bike. But people, something strange about people, you know, we do many things out from habit. We do things because we were learned to do things, and we are used to do things. And so what can you do then as a politician? Two things. Whether you do an infrastructural measure or the pocket, financial. But of course financial, I'm not so much in favor of it because we are social democrats, socialists, and if you do it financially, the rich can do whatever they want. You know, take London with their low emission zone in the beginning, with their tax scheme. When you're rich and you're a lot of money and you drive with your Porsche in the city, you don't care if you have to pay 10 pounds, you know, it's one gin tonic less, you know. But if you are poor and you need it for your work, then the 10 pounds make a difference, you know. So the financial thing, be clear. I believe more in infrastructural things. And I give you an example. When we did in Brussels the Grand Boulevard in the middle of town, we pedestrianized it. It was, for me, one of the reasons I went in politics in order to do that. Everybody was against it. Even the Greens were against it. Figure that out. The Greens were against that. And they were saying, it's going to provoke traffic around the zone, it's going to pollute more. Nothing of all that happened. You know why? Because there is in a mobility policy something very strange. It's called evaporating traffic or disappearing traffic. When you make an infrastructural measure, 30–40% of your traffic will simply disappear. Will not go elsewhere. It will disappear because people use it by habit. So we have to change the habits of people, and as I already said, people don't like change. They don't like change. And so you have to get them in storytelling and show. So I'm not in favor neither of doing big plans at once, you know. Do things. Another example I want to give, we have the Corona crisis, you know. In Brussels also is a big issue of our parking space for cars, you know. You know what I did? I simplified the rules to put terraces in front of the bars and the terrace. All of a sudden we have thousands of parking spaces gone. Nobody was crying for, nobody was shouting. Because we're just saying, look, you want to have a drink, a beer, a meal, you want to do it in safe conditions, so it's a terrace. So we make it possible. And you know, no, thousands of parking spaces are gone and they're never going to come back. So that's also politics, using opportunity and convincing people. And also, I will end with that, as a politician, practice what you preach. You know, when I was talking about cycling in Brussels, yeah, we are. Oh, 7 parties, yeah. It's very complicated because we have Dutch-speaking, French-speaking, and I can tell you a lot about our friends of, you know, in the past, the French-speaking socialists, they were not that much in favor of what I did, because, you know, it's a more Latin tradition, it's a little bit more Nordic, you know. I'm from the Flemish part, I was growing up with a bicycle, you know. When I started in politics 18 years old, people shouted at me, go back to Flanders with your bike. We don't bike in Brussels. You know, they shouted at me at the street, And now everybody says, hey, when will we have a next bike lane? You know, so it's all a question of time too, and changing mentalities. And last thing I want to say, the younger generation, it's a generation issue actually. I see in Brussels that everybody who is young, they don't want a car anymore, a privately owned car. They understand that a car is a mean of transport. If you need a car, you just rent a car, or you just use the car sharing system. If you want to impress your girl or boyfriend, you just rent a car, you know, because have to be honest too, sometimes having a car, especially for males under us, is a way of impressing things. That's changing now. Another thing I want to say, some stupid things, you know, we had Deliveroo and Uber Eats, not always good conditions, but you know something? Deliveroo and Uber Eats made cycling popular in the immigrant community in Brussels. They were thinking that cycling was something for poor people. But actually in Brussels, who was cycling? The bobos, you know, the rich ones. And then they saw that more attention of girls by cycling than by cars. And we're delivering. It's stupid sometimes how human beings behave, you know? It's stupid how human beings behave. I learned a lot. You need to read about sociology, behavioral sociology. It's essential to understand people. And so now, all these young Brusselaars, they like to bike because it's fancy, you know, they understand it's sexy. So they do it. And if we had tried to do it with all the campaigns, it would never have worked. But actually, not for the working conditions because they are terrible of Uber Eats and Deliveroo, I absolutely agree. But for promoting cycling, it was a good thing in our city. So basically, don't tell to people you can drive anymore. You can drive if you really don't have an alternative, but if you're an alternative, use the alternative and we have better thing. And the very, very last thing, you know when it really changed in Brussels, the mentality? When the television, the biggest television, Flemish television, they did a kind of inquiry and they found out that kids were peeing pollution. And then all these parents with their big BMWs and things were dropping their kids in the morning in the school, they were saying, what are we doing? Our kid is peeing pollution, you know? And people, they care about their kids. And that was a big game changer too. And use COVID. I mean, COVID, it's a perfect thing to do things like that because nobody is against creating more public space and more space to breathe in the city. So use the opportunities you have to.
Are there more questions? Yes, I see.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Lara Baldinson, and I'm in the Education Committee in Stockholm, Sweden. So you talked a little bit about young people, and especially in Sweden, we have the Fridays for Future, Greta Thunberg, and I think that also young people are more eager to handle the climate crisis. So I want to ask you, how do you work with evolving more young people into politics, both on a regional, local, and a national level?
I think that young people are very political, actually, but they don't understand always they are political. You know, politics is very resumed to politicians who quarrel on television, but actually have a lot of young people who engage in society. And so it's... But the thing is that changed is that people are more shopping, if you know what I mean. When I was younger, it was more about ideology, more bigger stories, and now people have my feeling is, people have a tendency from shop from one item, jump to another item they are interested, and then they are interested in something else, and then they jump to something else. And so I think it's a question of explaining to people it's finally about living together. And do what young people do a lot. They help refugees, they help elderly people. Things are like theirs. So just grab something and don't talk politically. I think that's the thing. And I think there's a lot of engagement actually that we don't see in the things. But there's another thing I want to say on that is, that's my personal opinion. I think that the classical political parties are dead. I think we have too much in our society artificial conflicts between political parties. I'm going to make it concrete. If I take Brussels, not with all Greens, because Greens they can be complicated if you're in government with that, but with a part of them, I think the same. With left-wing liberals, they often are social democrat, but you're in a liberal party. So then we are fighting each other, but actually we are doing this, we want the same. So I think we are now in a period of the post-industrial society, but you are still working with political parties who are based on the 19th century system, on the, how is it in English, on the, I forgot the word, the Bruglijnen, the clivage, the rupture things of the past. People think differently, and political parties didn't adapt to them. And that's the reason why in many countries, we socialists, social democrats have difficulties. Not that people are all of a sudden against solidarity or they're all against living together or fairness. No, they still are. But the way we translate that, and I think that's for your generation, that people want to be mobilized in a different way. So the classical, you see it with the Christian Democrats, they are nearly all that. Now Germany is finished too, and now all the rest it will follow. For us, it's like a yo-yo. You see it, then it's a bit better, then it's less, then it's better again. But if you look at it from a historical point of view, we are going this. We have to be honest. Not that the ideas we stand for are gone. So I think the big challenge for the young people is to try to mobilize people in another form, not in the classical political party. I'm convinced that's over. And then another thing we have to work on, and you have to work on, is the social media. I earlier called it the asocial media, because it's so disruptive. It's so influencing people under the radar, and we are so manipulated. It's become scary, If you see that the power of guys of Zuckerberg, of Facebook, Instagram, the power they have on society, and we let that happen, that's dangerous. And so I think mobilize young people in a different way and try to transcend the classical political party. For me, it's an heritage of the 19th century. We have to become movements, But of course, it's easier said than done. But I think we have to become movements and not classical parties. It's not that way that people don't function like that anymore. And that needs another way of thinking, another way of organizing. But that's your task, It will no longer be mine, of Christoph's, of ours. We are not finished yet, but it's not us who are going to. We can guide on basis of experience, but in the end, it's you who have to take your future in the hand. Always learn, if you want to have a good future, take it in your hand. Otherwise, you will undergo it. So there's a lot of energy out there, but you just have to capture it and get over this identity talk, because that's very complicated too, I think, for political life. I give long answers maybe, then you have to stop me if I talk too long.
No, it's very interesting.
thank you.
Of course, it's good that discussion provokes thinking
Yeah,
and
of course.
interaction. It's more interactive. Maybe Kata wants to. Okay, I see another question. Yes. Okay, on the back.
I give long answers maybe.
Hi everyone, I'm Tina Bartois from the United Kingdom. I want to start by saying that the Labour Party and the Fabian Society, who I'm here with today, are committed to working with all of you in Europe in the closest possible way that we can, given our circumstances. So, my question to the panel in this room is actually around elections. So the Labour Party had its worst electoral defeat since 1935. I'm a councillor in a county where we're in opposition and we will continue to be. We've got 7 out of 78 councillors, and what I want to know is, I have a vision for Hertfordshire and my party has a vision for the country. How do we communicate that vision? Do you have any tips for what you've done in your localities that works? Thank you.
Maybe
We've got
Kata
7
wants
out of
this time.
78 councillors.
That's out of my reach. I wouldn't do tipping now. I wasn't really, my party isn't really so successful on its own, so we're working in a coalition. But
Do you have any tips
Pascal,
for
thank you.
what you've done in
I'd say trust. We are living in weird times, you know, where trust is more important than truth. It's something new in society. Trust is more important than truth. And if you look to the UK, always read The Guardian every day, you know, I think it's one of the best newspapers you have in Europe. But if you read it, what's the biggest, for me as an outstander, what is the biggest problem for the Labour Party? People don't trust it. They don't trust it. You can say whatever you want. If people don't trust you, and people are interested, you know, people have to listen to you. For a long time, my party in Flanders was the same thing. My party leaders could say anything, nobody was listening, you know. Now we have a new one. We have a young guy, 28 years old. I don't know if you know, 29 years old. Now we have a Conor Rousseau, it's a young guy. The bigger people say, what the fuck are they doing? They must be very, very desperate to have a guy like that as a president of a party. But actually, he managed that people listen again. They listen again. Maybe they're not always agreeing, maybe they will not vote, but they listen again. And I think for the Labour Party is, people don't listen to the Labour Party. They don't trust. It's not interesting. You have to sparkle interest in the people. So, and then automatically people will start to listen, people will get convinced, and then they trust. So it's all about trust. And unfortunately, and that's terrible for us social democrats because we believe in truth and we believe in science and in facts, is that out there today, there are a lot of people who don't care. Look to the COVID crisis. You know, all the things that you will see, but people, they trust nonsense, I cannot pronounce that word in English, the nonsense sources, because they trust other things more. And there the media should understand too, and they don't understand it, you know. Sometimes I think myself, I have to be careful because it's broadcasted. Sometimes I think, save democracy, kill the press. I'm in favor of a press, huh? Don't misunderstand me. We need an independent, very critical, objective press without an agenda. We need it. Absolutely. Democracy needs it. But too often today, also in the United Kingdom, if you see Europe newspapers, that's particularly for you, they all have an agenda. And they don't tell their agenda. They pretend to be objective and inform people, but actually are manipulating people. So the only thing you can do is go directly to the hearts of the people. And there you can use social media to communicate directly with people and trust. So it's all about trust for me, and keep it simple. Keep it simple. And that's what Conor Rousseau, my party leader now, is doing too, you know. He talks like the people, you know. And in the beginning, all these politicians were saying, say, that kid, what the hell is he? But sometimes me too, I was saying, no, he's exaggerating a little bit, you know. But on the other hand, people say, yeah, I understand what he says. I think like he says. And now you see that trust is coming back. So, I don't know if it's an answer for you, but thank you. All these politicians were saying,
I see more questions. One more question.
But on the other hand,
It is on. Yeah, perfect. Hi, my name is Alva, and I'm from the Swedish Social Democrats. I'm from Stockholm. I want to start out by saying I absolutely have to state that I don't think there is, in one corner you have truth, and in one corner you have trust.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Truth and trust are connected.
Of course.
It's not one or the other. You have to have both. There's no point in having just trust if you don't have truth. The objective must be conveying truth. I also believe that the political parties have not done their part. I think that's still a very important thing that we have to keep working with. There is no other political force that has been as successful as our political parties have been. And I rather would like the discussion to be centered around the question of how do we get young people involved in politics and actually trusting politicians. Because young people are political. We know that politics matter, and it's a very important part of our lives. That's why we have the Greta Thunberg movement in Sweden. We know that politics matter, but we don't trust politicians. That's the problem. So my question is for Deputy Mayor Toda. What do you think you can do to have more young people involved in your political movement? Because you've done a lot of really good things in Budapest. There's a lot of things that you have done that is like, we had your trust, and now we formed a coalition, and now we made things happen. Now we have better bike lanes, now we have more things happening. How can we get more young people involved in politics, not just being political people, but being a part of our political movement? There's a lot of things that you have done that is like, we had your trust.
I think that we should give a responsibility to the young people. when we proposed to join a team for an election, after we should give responsibility. We are here, you are Daniel Lagarja, he is in my team in Cooled, and he has responsibility on the election. Perhaps you could speak. And I think we should have perspective, value. I think now to explain that protesting like Greta Thunberg every Friday, it's nice, it's very mediatic, but it's not efficient. If we would like to try to concrete action, we should join a team, we should join a global political action, and we should join a municipality, not a political organization. It is the only way to have a concrete action, and it is our objective, common objective, and with formation. It is impossible to have a long action in long term without formation. Concrete action, a long-term action, is with formation and with involving in the time in a team, not an action isolated. I think so. It is impossible to have a long action, long term, without formation.
What I see is a lot of politicians are trying to reach out through TikTok. I don't really believe in that, but to take it more seriously, the municipality has its ways of trying and the political parties, and that's two different things. The municipality is, I think, basically all the participatory budget and the citizens' assemblies are directed towards young people to somehow bring them in the decision making. We have a lot of young politicians, young mayors, young representatives. This new coalition, the opposition brought in a lot of new faces, new politicians. So this is not the same old politician stuff in Hungary. We have a lot of new faces appearing, and most of them are very young. So one part is the city trying to reach out. Not the best results yet, but still we keep on. We try to engage people. It's not an easy thing. The other is the political parties and the opposition parties. We introduced the primary elections among the opposition parties to choose the common candidates for the national elections. And this was an absolutely new thing in Hungary. We only tried it in Budapest 2 years ago and ending in an opposition mayor. And now we did it on the national level. And in Hungary, most of the people never heard about this. And it was open to all of the public. So it wasn't just the party members of the 6 opposition parties, but the primaries were open to participate to anyone. And we've never seen so many young people turning out, coming, not just electronically voting, but also coming, queuing, voting, 17 years old, 18 years old, 19 years old, who we usually don't see around party politics. So this was it's a quite fresh and new experience. I think the last time I've seen a lot of young people out on the streets, I'm looking at Balázs, my colleague from Hungary, was the big demonstration against the tax on internet, I think. But that was a long time ago. And that was the only time we've seen a lot of young people out on the streets. Since then, we had a lot of issues, a lot of demonstrations, but that was the last time a lot of young people turned out. And now on the primaries, coming to vote, those people who were never connected to any parties. So we're trying many things. I don't have a recipe yet, and we are talking a lot with a lot of our parties, not just in Hungary. This discussion is happening for a long time. All of our parties are discussing this, not just the socialist parties. I see the conservative parties are having the same discussions and nobody has the recipe. We feel politics is changing. We feel that something new will come, how people will engage, the new generation will engage, but we don't know yet how will this happen and how will this change politics.
Mm-hmm.
The conservative parties are having the same.
If you also want to answer.
No, I'm happy that she said she didn't agree, but I absolutely agree with you that trust and truth should be together. But the fact is today, in society, it's a fact. It's not something that I want. Look to Trump, it was a walking, lying bastard. You cannot otherwise describe it like that. He was not telling the truth, and still people trusted him a lot and still trust him today. So it's just, I'm not pleading for that. I'm agreeing with you that trust and truth should be together. Unfortunately, out there today in the real world, we are seeing a phenomenon that a lot of people, they don't care about the truth. And it's scary. And then we have to find, because we made our society, I mean me, socialists, social democrats, we made our society what it was. So now we have to refight, you know? We have to refight. And maybe come outside our comfort zone once in a while. I'm really convinced of it. Really convinced of that. That things are going to change. Maybe if I can add something else, maybe if I may, I don't know. But people want security. And we are living in times where people feel insecure because now everybody talks about climate change, the end of the planet. Actually, personally, I think it's not going to be the end of the planet, you know. It will be the end of humankind. We are reframing it not in a good way because the planet will survive us. Planet will survive us, will adapt. Maybe they are doing it with the coronavirus today. Huh? Maybe it's a way of the planet to say too many humans. Huh? Maybe. Think about it. Huh? But what I wanted to say is that we have to adapt and we have to change that. And it's possible, but then we have to face and dare to face the truth. And fight. I mean, if you look to what the people in the 19th, 20th century did to fight for social rights, you know? The first socialists and the first social democrats, they did things that at the time nobody thought was possible. The impossible is possible when you believe in it. And when you are convinced of doing it. And I think that's something that we have to do. And I wanted to say is, it's special circumstances. Because we in Europe, you know, yesterday I heard somebody saying, yeah, it's all complicated. I said, yeah, it's true. But you know, I grew up in the 80s. You know something in the 80s, Christophe will probably know it too, we had a terrible Cold War. We woke up in the morning in the 80s afraid that the Russians were going to attack us. You went to university, you were not sure to have a good paid job. Not at all. It's true, huh? Not at all. Big social crises in anything. And so, a lot of people, not all people, have much better lives today. And people are now afraid in Europe of losing what they have. People are now fearing the fear what they might lose. So that's a new thing in society, in our European society. We have to realize. At the same time, we are confronted with unstable world. Russia is unstable. Turkey is unstable. The Middle East is unstable. Then you have the migration thing that instinctively people feel something is wrong. On the one hand, they want to help people, but the other way, they are afraid of the society, so they have mixed feelings there. But again, it's manageable. Socialists and some social democrats in the past shown that in very difficult circumstances, it was manageable. So it will be manageable today too. But believe, it starts all with a belief, I think. You have to believe. And if you believe, you can. And dare to confront the unknown. I think sometimes too, you know, when I look, people are afraid of risk. Me too sometimes, you know. But you have to dare to confront the unknown. And I think especially for us, we have to dare that because we believe in people and believe in living together. So we have to dare more, I think.
Thank you.
No, it's all quiet, huh? Serious business.
I think we have time for one more question. So we will finalize with this question, and with answers, I will ask you to wrap up also the discussion. So please introduce yourself.
Hi, hello. Great. I'm Antonio of Croatia, and it's a question about
One more question.
You hear me? Great.
So we will
Okay.
finalize.
It's a question about the communication to my citizens who are on the rural side of my city. Well, in Croatia we have 21,000 inhabitants, but around 51-52% are in the city, and less than 50% are on the rural area, and it's a really big problem for us to reach them because they are rightly minded citizens. And we are talking pretty much about public transport. We don't have it in Križevci, and we want to have something like really good and quality public transport to reduce emissions of the CO2 and everything. But we have a really big problem with the conversations with our rural inhabitants, and they don't like it because they don't want to stop driving their cars. It's easier for them. So I have a question for all of you. You're from big cities, and you have really lots of people there to talk about it. But in smaller cities, it's a really big problem because every vote is, every rights of there are just like they are stronger because there are less of them. So if you can please help me, how should I communicate with my society about the public transport to be to high up the quality of the life in Križevci? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So you have 2 minutes to answer a question and give a tip, and then to wrap it up. Thank you. Who wants to start? Kata.
I don't think you communicate in having a good public. You have to do a good public transport, and of course, okay. If your cities are built for car drivers, there will be never enough space for cars. Never enough, because earlier there was like one family, one car. Now one family, free car. There will always be a need for more parking space, more lanes. There will always be traffic, because if your city is designed for cars, it will attract more cars. So nobody will be happy with that. So you have to make these decisions. Of course, you need the funding for it, but you have to start transforming and free those spaces. And if you don't have parking space in the cities, then you won't attract more cars. If you have less lanes for cars, if there's big traffic, if it's not so easy to go in with car, people will adapt and change, because if they cannot go in, cannot put their car in for free, or even with money, they cannot put it down. So you have to start in transforming your city, protecting like your citizens who don't want to breathe that air in all the time and who want to use their public spaces, and everybody else will adapt to that. But of course, you need good regional policies. You need to have good regional system who looks at public transport, the network, so nobody will be left on its own.
Pascal?
Yes, I'm mayor for 20 years ago. Sweden, little town, 8,000 people, and I see that a lot of Europeans live in the small cities. They don't live, unfortunately, in Brussels or in Budapest. It's great, but I think so we speak too much about the big metropolitan. And there are a lot of people, we are Eurosceptic, who live in a small city, in villages, and things so that should share our dream. And when I was mayor, I would like to promote bicycle in my city. I ratified the Covenant of Mayors for climate change, against climate change. And my strategy is to have more bicycle, less pollution. And my action is to have evolution step by step. And if we would like to change everything in a small period, I think so it will be very, very, very difficult. And in 20 years, we have more road for bicycle. We will build a bridge on a river to join two parts of the metropole of Le Mans. And our strategy is to have 10 kilometers more, 10 kilometers more road for bicycle in 6 years. And I think so, if we have the strategy and some action in your hand and never give up, when you are in confidence on action, you should never, never, never give up. And to convince the people we decide, and every time, and to find the budget, everywhere, the Europe level, of the national level, of your cities. And I think that you should have success if your projects are good. When you are a good project, you have never problem with budget. And after, you should explain, have a consultation with the people. Sometimes the people think that it is bad, but because they are afraid of something. And if you have a good method, a discussion, consultation, you try to make compromise, I think so that you should have success. But you should have energy, time, method, and conviction, and dreams.
Thank you. And 2 minutes.
I agree with what's being said. Maybe another thing you could try is give people the feeling that they miss something, you know? We don't have public transport. Damn, why don't we have it? They have it in other cities, you know? Why we don't have it? We should have it too. You understand what I mean? Talk people that public transport is something that they should have. So maybe you could try that too, you know? And I agree with what is being said. You do it. You show it by doing it. But also giving people a feeling of, hey, you know, we are missing public transport. That's not normal that we are missing it. Why do they have it in other cities and we not? It's not just that we don't have it. We should have it too. And then you come with the pictures and the dreams, you know, it could be like that. And then people say, hey, yeah, damn, that's not right. It's not fair that we don't have it. We should have it too. You understand? It's a kind of way of addressing and giving. People like to be victim, you know, and so then you play a little bit on the victims thing. You make them victimized that they don't have public transport. So maybe you could try that.
Thank you. Thank you, Gata, Christophe, Pascal, for very interesting discussions. As I said before, I think the aim of every discussion is to provoke the thinking and provoke the also clashes of ideas inside us and also loudly, as we have seen here. It was very interactive. I really enjoyed listening to all of you, and I would like to thank every one of you for making this discussion very successful. So now, applauses for our speakers. And we are exactly on time. I also like it to be this punctual. So we will have 15 minutes break. At 11:45, we are back here for our second panel that will be moderated from Michael from PS. No? So World Cafe, sorry, I mixed it. World Cafe, and I will explain the rules of World Cafe when you are back. So thanks a lot. So we will have 15 minutes break. At 11:45, we are back here for our second panel that will be moderated.
What do you say?
Michael from PS. No? So World Cafe, sorry, I mixed it. World Cafe, and I will explain the rules of World Cafe when you are back. So thanks a lot. So we will have 15 minutes break. At 11:45, we are back here for our second panel that will be moderated.
What do you say?
Michael from PS. No? So World Cafe, sorry, I mixed it. World Cafe, and I will explain the rules of World Cafe when you are back. So thanks a lot.
En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica, que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica, que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica, que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica.
So welcome back, everybody. To those of you who are in the Espacio Santa Clara, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed lunch, and welcome back also to everyone who's joining us online. We had a morning of very vibrant discussions. I think we enjoyed the discussion with our panelists, but also the World Cafe, the very good format to exchange concrete experiences on the ground. And we are joined now by three additional panelists, three experts from the different levels of the EU's multi-level governance. First of all, we're joined online by Matthew Baldwin, who's very sorry he can't be with us, but we're very glad to have him connected remotely. Matthew Baldwin is Deputy Director General for Mobility and Transport at the European Commission. Then I'm joined here in the room by Esperanza Caro Gomez, who's Director General of Sustainable Development, Financing and External Action here in the city of Seville. Thank you for joining us. And I'm also joined by Eugenia Mansuti, who's Projects Coordinator and Policy Advisor in charge of the Covenant of Mayors, Climate and Energy at the Association Eurocities. So the theme for this panel is Green Deal, how to make it work on the ground. So the idea behind it is to give you, the young local politicians, the tools to make the Green Deal a reality in your cities, in your communities. So we will be focusing very much on concrete actions, concrete funding instruments, support instruments, and so I'm very glad to be joined by the experts here today. So for the introductory statements, I would like to go first to Matthew Baldwin. Thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, everyone in Seville or wherever you're watching online. It's cold and grey here in Brussels, so I really wish I was with you in Seville. My name is Matthew Baldwin. I'm the Deputy Director General in the European Commission responsible for transport and mobility. The particular focuses I have, in fact, are on sustainable urban mobility. And one of the things I want to talk to you about is the project I'm managing to have 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. And I'll come on to that because we need as many cities as possible to sign up to that. We want this to look like the European Union. We want to have cities from the south and the east of the EU and not just the north and the west. So I'll come on to that. To put it in the context a little bit, the European Green Deal, I will spare you the speech about the existential challenge that we face on climate change, but it is an existential challenge. It is the defining challenge of all of our generations, actually, but particularly yours. And as you know, we have committed as the European Union to be climate neutral as a continent by 2050. And to get there, we need to make a big step in that direction and cut our greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030, which is a tall order. Two elements of context, I think, for this discussion. One, of course, is the COVID epidemic. And I think there was quite a lot of speculation as the epidemic ground into our economy in the first half of 2020 that the European Union would have to take a break from the European Green Deal, hit the pause button. But we didn't. And I'm very proud, actually, of our institution, the European Commission, because I think people would have probably understood if we'd done that. But again, we didn't. In September 2020, in her first State of the Union speech, President Ursula von der Leyen said, we're going ahead. We know some people would like to go higher and faster than 55%. Some people would like to go slower. We've done the calculations, we've done the tests, we know we can deliver 55% by 2030, and we have to, if we have any chance of maintaining the 1.5 degree target that we have. Well, it's not so much a target, it's essential. And so we have pursued it, and I'm proud that we have. The second element of context, I think, is the ongoing global climate negotiations. I was in Glasgow for the whole 2 weeks of COP26. And what became very clear to me as these negotiations grind on is that, yes, we need more from more countries. And there'll be a lot of attention in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27 to see what the countries have come back with in terms of their best offers. But it's also clear, as the title of this session implies, that we're now moving into an implementation phase. And it's how we do it. And what happened for me in Glasgow was really quite a revelation. The mayors were everywhere. It was the moment for local government. And the ambition, the excitement of the mayors really sent the message, I think, very globally that the cities of the world, but I hope particularly in the European Union, are ready to move fast in this direction. So I'll come on to explain the climate neutral cities project in a moment. But I just want to explain some of the, illustrating with respect to transport, if I may, the work that's going on and how that's starting to trickle down through the system. The first crucial element was that we have now a European climate law, which is binding on the member states. First time we've had one of these. This says that we're all going to get to 55% by 2030. It's not whether we do that, it's how we do it. It's the first time we've had this binding climate law. And indeed, the European Green Deal shouldn't be seen as an alternative to economic growth. It is the new EU growth strategy. In transport, we like to say that it's the license for the transport sector to continue to grow. And an essential one, because transport is the sector with 25% of all greenhouse gas emissions, and it's the only sector that's actually growing. We have to cut our transport emissions by 90% by 2050. But I don't think telling you something you don't know when I point out how vital transport and mobility are as an enabler of our economic and our social lives. Free movement of people and goods across our internal borders is a fundamental freedom. Traveling in the EU through Erasmus, through cheaper airfares, has led to greater cohesion. It's led to a strengthened European identity. And we shouldn't forget that as a sector, it contributes 5% to our GDP. It's the second largest item of expenditure on average for European households. And the sector directly employs around 10 million workers. So we have to proceed in a direction, I'm not saying it's an alternative, we have to proceed in a direction which preserves our mobility. And if we're going to do that, then we concluded to have sustainable mobility, we have to ensure that all modes become sustainable. And recognizing that some modes, like aviation and long-haul shipping, are going to take a bit longer, we're going to have to find sustainable alternatives, particularly in the area of road transport, I would argue. And we have to incentivize the use of those alternatives. And that becomes, I think, a bit more interesting when you drill down a little bit more into the detail of our mobility. And whilst mobility offers its users and society many benefits, it also has high costs for society. And we've got used to talking about those, and we've now finally got used to measuring them. And there's a great study we've done with the University of Delft, which identifies what we call the negative externalities of transport are between 600 million and 1 billion, 600 billion and 1 trillion euros every year. An astonishingly high percentage of our GDP, between 5 and 6%. If you look at greenhouse gas emissions, if you look at air pollution, which kills 500,000 people a year prematurely, water pollution, the cost of crashes, deaths and fatalities on our roads, the cost of congestion, 2% of our GDP is tied up in road congestion, noise, biodiversity loss, all of these things affect our health and well-being. And therefore, when you look at the policies that we need to enact to deliver sustainable mobility, particularly at an urban level, which, to put it in a nutshell, is about reducing our dependence on conventionally used, privately owned, conventionally fueled cars. If we can do that to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, we start to address all of these externalities as well. We will get better air quality. We will reduce our congestion. We will have fewer deaths from road crashes. So this is what I call the miracle of climate change, the co-benefits. As we start to address climate change in transport, we deliver huge co-benefits as well. Very quickly on what we're doing in terms of rolling out the European Green Deal, you'll be aware that the Commission presented its Fit for 55 package in July, a huge range, an unprecedentedly large set of interconnected proposals representing a balance between strengthening and expanding carbon pricing, targets, standards and support measures, increasing our use of renewable energy, greater energy efficiency, a faster rollout of low-emission transport modes and the infrastructure and the fuels to support them. As part of that, and look out for this please, on the 14th of December, we'll be publishing a new urban mobility strategy, a framework for urban mobility. It's been 8 years since we upgraded that, and we want to mainstream and strengthen and start requiring our cities to develop sustainable urban mobility plans, which have proved to be a very good vehicle. So, and very briefly, because I know I'm eating into the time, What are we doing specifically with cities with this new project to have 100 climate neutral cities? Just this week, we've launched the call for expression of interest. So I invite all of you from cities across the EU to come forward. We've got 130 cities pre-registered for that. And we're looking for cities of more than 50,000 people, where the mayor has a clear ambition to be climate neutral by 2030 in all sectors: transport, energy, waste and wastewater management, the whole circular economy, to come forward and to work with us. We put together a consortium, including, you're going to hear from Eurocities in a moment, but EIT Climate Kick, ICLE, and 35 other organizations from across Europe with great expertise in all the different aspects of delivering climate neutrality in cities, such as energy efficiency, such as urban mobility, waste and water management, issues such as how we organize citizens' engagement, issues such as how we can bring together the finance and the funding for cities to do this. And we will, we've launched the call. The call closes at the end of January 2022. We're going to then have a painful moment where we try to choose the cities to work with. I want to have at least one city from every member state. And then we will work with the cities in what we call developing climate city contracts. This is where the city will actually commit to climate neutrality and the related investment plans. And we will do everything we can to bring money, support, investment projects, research projects to the city to enable them to get there. It's a huge challenge. Some cities have set out their plans to do that already. Other cities are on the way and are going to have to accelerate their plans. But we also want to work with cities that maybe haven't done so much in the past, that are starting out in that progress. I've had some wonderful conversations just in the last few days with cities from Romania, from Spain, from Bulgaria, and there's a lot of interest and excitement in coming forward. If you'd like more details, have a look at our website. I'll post the details in the chat, and we're very happy to discuss that with you. And please push your mayors to think about climate neutrality by 2030. Going all the way back to the European Green Deal, if we can deliver the cities of Europe, where you have the enormous concentrations of economic power, you have high density populations, we can make a big step forward towards the European Green Deal. The cities that I've spoken to are ready to carry the European Green Deal on their backs. And we owe it in the European Union to help you achieve that and to work with you every step of the way. I've gone on too long. I stop now, but looking forward to the discussion. Thanks a lot. We can make a big
Thank you very much, Matthew. That was really enlightening, a really good overview of the Commission's thinking when it comes to the Green Deal and introduction on some new initiatives forthcoming. I would like to now turn, because you mentioned Eurocities, the association of 200 major cities in Europe, so I'm now going to turn to Eugenia, who is going to present for us Eurocities and their Covenant of Mayors and the Climate Accord. Sorry, over to you. Green City Accord,
so that all these names also are appearing in front of you and you can make familiar with them. So first of all, thanks a lot for the invitation and also for allowing me to participate in your program this morning. It was very inspiring to hear about the actions that you're taking on the ground and also of your challenges, which are probably where connecting with each other becomes even more important. And that's part of the work we do at Eurocities. We are a network representing more than 200 major cities across Europe. You can find here the list of our cities at this link, but I know that some of you come from cities that are already member of this network. So that also means that you can have access actually to the service that we offer to cities. For example, Sevilla, of course, Athens, Lisbon, Strasbourg, Antwerp, Rijeka, and others. Eurocities has a mission of supporting member cities in all the areas of interest for them, so ranging from culture to mobility, environment, social affairs, and economic development. And what we do is basically facilitating learning experiences between cities and also representing cities' interests toward the European Union. And what you see here on the right of the slide are basically the main elements of this vision that our member cities have agreed on together and they share. So this is the city they want to build together, where people move and live in a healthy environment, in vibrant and open public spaces, taking part in an inclusive society, really focused on people and on improving the quality of life. And the way we work is through, we work both with city officers and politicians, councillors, deputy mayors and mayors across thematic forums that you can see here on this slide, but also through projects. And so I will not go into the net zero cities that Mr. Baldwin just mentioned, but it is one of the projects that indeed is going to support the cities taking part in the climate neutral mission. And they are committing to become climate neutral by 2030, which is going to be a tremendous game changer for cities, but also for Europe as a whole. And I'm going to focus in this short presentation only on the Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy and the Green City Accord, which are initiatives that might be familiar to some of you, and they can provide you tools for your local work. So, first, starting with a show of hand, I had a look at the participants list and I found out that there are many of your cities that are already part of the Covenant movement. But what I want to ask you is if you know that. So can you raise your hand if your city is a signatory of the Covenant of Mayors? I see 2 hands, 3 hands, of course. Okay, well, there are 4 hands. There are more, actually. And here is the list of the cities that already signed to the Covenant, which means that actually you have access to also a wealth of information and capacity building that we offer. I see that you're discussing now, so maybe some of you were not aware. That's good to know, so I can give you more information afterwards. But so cities that sign up to the Covenant of Mayors, we have more than 10,000 in Europe. They are all size of cities located everywhere in Europe and even in neighborhood countries. They share a vision for a 2050 where they will be able to transition to a fairer climate neutral Europe, leaving no one and no place behind. The Covenant of Mayors is a European initiative. It's supported by the European Commission. And the services of the office, let's say, they're offered by Eurocities and other networks of local governments. And here on this slide, you see the history of the Covenant of Mayors Europe, which might also explain why some of you don't know that your city or town has signed the initiative. It started a long time ago in 2008, aligning with the 2020 mitigation target of the European Union, where cities were committing to achieve those targets at the local level. And it has evolved, as you can see, also alongside European policies. So the adaptation component of the initiative was launched in 2014. In 2015, the mitigation target was increased to a reduction of 40% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, and including also the mention of energy poverty. And in 2016, the enlargement to other regions of the world with the Global Covenant of Mayors was agreed, and I will show that on a slide in a few seconds. And then in 2021, just this year, in April, we had a major development in the Covenant, because so aligning with the ambition of the European Green Deal and to support the ambition of making Europe the first climate neutral continent by 2030, the Covenant of Mayors has also increased their targets. And so cities that are signing to the Covenant today, they're now committing to become climate neutral by 2050, which means at the latest by 2050, still continuing working on adaptation and energy poverty, but also including this just transition element as cross-sectoral in all their actions and in their action plans. So here you see just some images of our launch event. The increase of ambition was done through a consultation of the whole community, endorsed by mayors and by the Commissioner for Energy of the European Union, Kadri Simpson. And so cities have agreed on this shared vision of climate neutrality as a necessity. They are now asked to renew their midterm targets. So I was saying before that cities were committing to a reduction of 40% by 2030. Now that the European Union has increased the target to minus 55%, we are inviting all cities to do the same and to also then set their target at reducing emissions by 80% by 2050. And cities can also establish other midterm targets that go well with their planning, with their national ambition, that can help them achieve the long-term target. And then, of course, we are inviting every city, and many have already done it since 2019, many of your cities as well, declaring climate emergencies and really considering climate action an overarching priority in their city strategies. Of course, committing to ensuring a fair transition that leaves no one behind. And we heard a lot about energy poverty in the discussions this morning, about housing, but also access to mobility. That's a very important point. And then also to develop local climate pacts with citizens and other stakeholders, because the governance aspects to make the transition happen are incredibly important. And so here in this slide, I will not spend too much on it, but I just wanted to show how the Covenant really lies at the crossroads of all the main European policies. So it contributes to the renovation wave, sustainable mobility, circular economy, climate adaptation, nature-based solutions. And you can also, you can really see how it's it's a powerful instrument for cities to directly implement the EU Green Deal on the ground. And it is a global movement. I was saying that before, but here you can really see it. Through the Global Covenant of Mayors, cities participate from all continents in the world. And I know that there are some cities with us. I mean, some of you are coming from cities in the Western Balkans. So we just had, that's a really new information, but we just had, the Commission has launched, and we are cooperating with a new Covenant of Mayors office for the Western Balkans and Turkey. So cities in the region will also receive targeted support for their climate transition. And very briefly, some figures, because I think they're really impressive. The Covenant has more than 10,000 signatory cities since 2008. It's a huge number, and it's really the world's largest movement for cities. And cities that commit to the Covenant, we said they are achieving targets, but the way they achieve these targets is, of course, through implementation of policies, measures that are designed at the local level. And the process of it is what we call a sustainable energy and climate action plan, that a city develops after the political commitment to join the initiative, so setting the baseline for both mitigation and the adaptation objectives, and then developing its measures, implementing them, and reporting. So it's really a cycle. But what I wanted to flag here is that even if this process can be burdensome, because of course there is some reporting and there is some work to be done, not just in implementing the action, but of course also in conceptualizing them, reporting, assessing the targets and so on. Having a plan has a lot of advantages, and one of these advantages is that it can also provide some easier access somehow to some kind of European funding. For example, for the live climate action calls, cities can receive additional points if they connect the implementation of the CCAP with the project proposal that they're writing. Or in the past, there have been some regions supportive of the Covenant, and here I listed a few: Emilia-Romagna, Wallonia, Galicia, that were granting higher co-financing rates for the use of ERDF funding, so cohesion policy funds, if the project that was going to be financed by cohesion policy fund was part of the action plan. And then, also in the past, it was compulsory to have a Covenant action plan, so a CCAP or an equivalent plan, to access to smart cities lighthouse funding. So as you can see, having a plan, it's important for the city because it can really give a framework in the medium and long term. It can also show that the city is serious and that, for example, a funding application is not a one-off. It's really something that is going to contribute to the whole city strategy. So in a nutshell, on the Covenant, we do a lot of support for cities on in different ways, and we try to cater for the diversity of this super big community. So we provide information on funding, we develop case studies, we collaborate with other initiatives, and here I listed just a few, like the Smart Cities Marketplace, the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub, and we compile useful resources that can be used by cities. And then we organize webinars, workshops, and very important, we have a peer learning program, really connecting cities according to their needs and challenges to learn from each other. And then I wanted to briefly speak, I'm not sure if I'm exceeding my time, I'm looking at you. Just briefly mention another initiative here that is called the Green City Accord, which is a movement of European cities working to improve their environment and contributing directly to the zero pollution ambition. The Zero Pollution Action Plan is one of the files that compose the European Green Deal. which is this very comprehensive growth strategy, as Matthew Baldwin was saying. And the Green City Accord is complementing somehow the covenant, because it really helps support cities and helps them improve their environmental performance in 5 areas: air quality, water, biodiversity, circular economy, and noise. So we were speaking about the Covenant of Mayors as the initiative for climate and energy, and the Green City Accord is really the other face, let's say, of the coin. So to date, we have 81 cities that committed to the Green City Accord, and by 2030, they aim at achieving let's say, reaching a consistent improvement in these 5 environmental areas, which go beyond the minimum EU standards. So environmental legislation in the EU sets some standards for pollution in all these 5 areas, so those cities commit to go even beyond, and also to work in an integrated manner. So looking, for example, at the synergies between policies that tackle together noise and air quality through transport or others. We spoke about biodiversity in one of the roundtables this morning, so yes, this is also an initiative that can support cities for that. It is a bit different from the Covenant, meaning that for the moment it is a new initiative. It is only allowing signatories from EU countries and only sized above 20,000 inhabitants. But cities that are not falling into this range can still learn from what's developed within the initiative. So the process is very similar to the one of the Covenant. There is still this idea of setting your baseline, assessing the situation, setting your target, and then deciding how to get there through a series of measures to be implemented over the time. And there are a list of indicators that are provided by the European Commission, DG Environment, and the Secretariat, and the idea is to be as possible as close to what cities are already collecting to report on these environmental areas, so try to lower the administrative burden. And Sevilla, for example, is a signatory of the Green City Accord, a recent signatory, and yes, and they, for example, are working a lot on different of these areas, in particular circular economy, but not only. And the Green City Accord also is providing a lot of capacity building opportunities. So here I just wanted to flag something, of course, information on funding opportunities to implement the measures of these Green City Accord plans. That's very important. These 2 initiatives that I'm talking about, they're both voluntary. So there is no funding associated with being part, but what we try to point cities towards the best funding opportunities, also helping them to access private financing to basically being able to implement the action plans. And then we work a lot with peer learning. Here I just put a mural of an exchange we had between different cities in these peer learning sessions, but we really focus on helping cities learn from each other, so pairing them based on some criteria where we can match expertise and challenges. And that's a very important point for the work we do. And here I just listed some useful websites. But I would be happy to give you more information in the follow-up. Thank you. But we really focus on helping cities learn from each other, so pairing them with some criteria where we can match expertise and challenges. And that's a very important point for
questions afterwards. Now Yaman. We'll have plenty of opportunity for questions afterwards, so if you need any more information about any of the projects that have been discussed so far, save your questions. We have one more presentation and then we'll be opening to questions from the floor. And actually, Eugenia, you did my transition for me, because indeed Seville is a signatory of the Green City Accord, and so we're now going to hear a bit more about Seville's experience from Esperanza. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to apologize because my English is not so good, but I'll try to do the best. No? Well, I would like to speak about the local sustainability, strategy in the cities, in particular in the city of Seville. No? I think that's the most important thing when you want to change your city, when you want to do a policy about the sustainability, is to have the leadership. It's the most important thing, it's the key word. In our case, the leadership is is from the mayor, from Juan Espada, but it's very, very necessary because it's impossible to achieve the success if you don't have a vision of which is the city that you want to have in the future. No? In this sense, I think that the first thing that you need to do is to align the different plans and programs of the city with this vision, no? And the most important thing is the strategic plan, no? In our case, we have developed a strategic plan for the city of Seville for 2030, and this plan is aligned with the Covenant of Mayors, with the mission of Eurozone Europe, as and they have said before, and for example, with the circular economy. But obviously, we have aligned the strategic plan with the 2030 agenda, because it's very necessary to improve in a transversal way, no? Because it would be, I think it would be a no good city if you are very, very good in, for example, in electricity, on the use, in the efficient use of the electricity, but you have a very big problem with the equity or with the social problems, no? And for us, it's very important. As you know, a lot of cities are very good in one thing, and perhaps we have a road, a trajectory to develop in another way, but it's normal, no? But for us, the most important is this. In this sense, we have our strategic plan, and then one of the pillars of this strategic plan is the urban sustainability, no? But it's not an isolated pillar. It's linked with the rest of the pillars of the city. And when you have your vision, when you have your strategic plan, then you need to develop all the plans and programs that you need to work to access to the sustainability of the city. But it's very, very complex, as you know, because all of you are from different cities, and you know that it's very different. I try to put together more or less all the items that are necessary to cover in your sustainability vision, no? For example, it's very important to do a very good use of the natural resource, as can see the waste, the water, or the energy. Very, very important, the planning and regeneration the urban spaces, because I think that perhaps the second more important plan is the urban plan, because you need to think what is your city, and you need to develop your city. For example, if you want to have a city about a 15-minute city, you need to put some different centers around the city. It's impossible that you put together in the center of the downtown of the city all the services, and you pretend that not the citizens go in another way, no? It's very, very important to decentralize the centers of the city, the commercial spaces, the cultural spaces, the educational, all the services of the city, they need to be decentralized. And for example, the mobility, the housing, we are talk about this. Matthew was talking about this before, but perhaps waste, water, energy, planning, mobility, and housing is the more tangible items, no? But we have a lot of another problems that is very, very important to the citizens, because, as you know, a lot of times cities don't have all the competence of the problem, but every citizen go to the mayor to ask about all the things, and we need to have some answers to this problem, no? Sometimes we can to do the answer can buy ourselves, but another time we need to put in contact with another administration, as the regional government, as the national government, or the European government. And in this sense, we think that it's very, very important to work about the healthy territories, responsible consumption, or food waste. No? I have put. I think that is wrong, because green ring there would be to stay in the upper space, no, the planning and regeneration, mobility and housing, no, the urban spaces. And then we need to focus in another area as the purchase, sustainable and innovative public purchase, no, because we know that all the consumers can change the way that the industry produce. And in this sense, the administration is a very good consumer. It's very important to direct the public purchase in one or in another direction. If you want to change the future, if you want to change the way that the producers are producing, you need to ask for other products. And it's very important to invest in new technology. But as you can see, cities, it's impossible to change the company in a new technology, but we need to work together with the academy, with the university, with the technological center to try to implement new ways to do the things. No? For example, Matthew was talking about the mission of cities neutral climatic cities, and about mobility and housing. But to reach these successes, it would be impossible if we don't change our way to do the things. No, we need to use another product. For example, in housing, we need to use another island, or perhaps we need to use another way to cover our roof, but it's impossible in the same way that we are doing this in the last years. For example, most of the houses of Europe are very old. They are from the 60s, and they have a lot of problems about the efficiency, energetic efficiency, no? And as you can see, this is very, very bad in the cold winter, but it's very bad in the hot summer too. And if we want to do systemic transformation, an integral transformation, it's impossible that only the public administration do this change. We need that private and public work together to do this transformation, because it would be impossible to transform these all the cities of the Europe, no? And for example, with the mobility is very similar, no? It's impossible that the change of the mobility in Europe, because when we are speaking about change the mobility, we are speaking about to change our street. Okay, this is a public problem. We are speaking to do more pedestrian ways, more bicycles road. Okay, but we are thinking to, for example, to use or to change the way that we use the public transport. For this, we need the citizens. And then we need that the public transport was electric, for example, and not fossil. But this is another problem. Or we need that a very new problem, or perhaps a problem that has increased in the last year is the last mile distribution. No, is a very big problem in the cities, because with the internet purchase we have a lot of people distributing things all the hours of the day in all the streets of the city, and this is a very big problem, a problem that is increasing in the last years. And for example, in this case, we need to put together the problem. For example, with the artificial intelligence, no, and the logistic and the treatment of the big data, no, because we need new solutions for the problem that we now are developing, no. For example, in waste or circular economy, as you know, we have a very big problem with the waste. Bueno, perhaps I think that perhaps there are more problems in the south of Europe than in the north of Europe. I don't know why, but we produce more waste and we recycle worse than in the north of Europe. As you know, no, I think so. But for us, it's very important, no, to change the way that we relationship with the waste, because this is not only a problem of the administration. This is a problem of all the citizens, and every citizen needs to know that they need to change the way. The public services need to put all the treatments, all the solutions, but we need that the citizens use them. No? For example, the water. Water is another very big problem. For too much, for too less, no? About the flood or about the drought. For example, in Seville, last Thursday, we have called that we are in a pre-drought situation, no? Because our embalses, pantanos, dams are less than 27%, and this is awful for us. And we need to do that. The rainy was okay, but it is impossible for us, and we need to do and use more efficient of the water, no? And for example, energy, no? Energy, as you know, we have a very big problem with the energy. It's not only with the cost, it's about the use of these two, and about of the energy poverty, as you have said. But for example, we have a problem about where put the new electrovoltaical panels solution areas, huertos. Okay. Because a lot of villages don't want to put the photovoltaic areas, because they say that for them the landscape is a right, is a value, and that people that are going to use the electricity for this photovoltaic area is from the big city, and for them it's a problem because we are destroying his landscape, and this is not easy, as you know, no? And for this is very it's necessary that the cities put in contact among the network, because this is very important. Here's some Eurocity, because we can to put in contact our problem and to try to find some solves, no? Then perhaps, I have some example of project of Seville, but perhaps I can to put it in. Okay.
Concrete application. I'd also wanted to take this opportunity to thank the City of Seville for hosting yesterday's study visit, and to Mayor Juan Espadas for hosting us in this city. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm sure everyone shares that assessment. And so now I'm looking out to the room to see whether you have any questions for our panelists concerning the problems that you may have come across as local councillors, as local politicians, the opportunities that you're looking for to develop your projects. The floor is yours if you have any questions. And so now I'm looking out to the room.
All the things are very clear or very
All,
dark.
everything was all perfectly clear. The problems that you may have come across as local councillors, as local politicians. No questions so far. In which case, perhaps if you wanted to explain a bit more about this case study that you had, we can have a bit more details on that, and then I have some other questions for the panelists.
Okay, I have prepared some of the projects that I think that are more interesting, no? In the last years of the city of Seville. For example, Cartuja City is a private and public project that is, perhaps some of you have hired some, well, no problem. This is a public and private project that is in Cartuja. Cartuja is a water technological park in the city of Seville, and Cartuja is close to be an island in the city of Seville, and we try that in 2025 Cartuja would be a district zero, and it would be possible if we success with this problem, we will be this in 2025 instead of 2030, that is the target of the European Commission. But maybe it would be possible because it's very easy. It's very easy because we don't have citizens living housing in this area. It is more easy if we only need to talk with companies, administration, academia, but we know that it's more difficult with the citizens because they have a lot of problems. They have a private housing, and sometimes it's possible for them to do some inversion, and other times it's not possible, no? Bueno, this project try to, sorry. I am going to put a video. Marina is here, no? I would like to put a video. Well, no problem. It's in the computer, but I don't know this computer. It's impossible for me. Okay, we are trying to. Yes. Because this is an Apple and I don't use the Apple. Ah, okay.
En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética. Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda
from photovoltaic area on the ground or on the roof of the building. We are trying to improve the efficiency, the energetic efficiency of the building, and we are going to do a digital transformation of the island and on the ground. and we will obtain a decarbonized island, 100% renewable, sustainable, not only in the energy, but about the sustainable transport too. Only the electric car would be possible to go to the island, not only the private car, but the public car, for example, buses too. We are doing the local generation of the energy with a self-consumption, with a smart grid and storage. We are working together with the digital area because it's very important not only to use in an intelligent way the energy, but it's very important, for example, to take advantage of the open data that we are produced in the island. We will try to improve the governance of the island with the different stakeholders of the island about the data, about the project that we are developing. In this moment, in this project, there are more than 70 companies. In this island work about 30,000 people and about 100 companies, and more than 70 companies are in this project. That I think it would be more or less, it would be easy to be a district zero in 2025. For example, another very interesting project is this, no? Is an integral management of the urban waste and its treatment. In Spain now.
Can we return to the slides, please?
The video with the slides.
So back to the slides, please. Just go back to the slides. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. For example, in Spain now, now we need to treat in a separately way the organic waste. Because in the years before of this was we separate paper, glass, plastic, bueno, oil, the things, okay, but then we put together organic waste with the rest. But now we have changed and we put another bin, the brown bin. It will be for the organic. In the case of Seville, a selective pick of the organic waste, and I put another bin, the brown bin. It will be for the organic. In the case of Seville, a selective pick of the organic waste, and I
Tending towards tending towards
cities thinking very constructively about cities thinking very constructively about distinction between our program and the Covenant of the Mayors. We're inviting cities to set out their plans. In fact, we're asking cities to commit to plans and the related investment plans to get all the way to climate neutrality by 2030. It's a Horizon Europe program because we will be a living lab. And we actually have two objectives. Firstly, to get that 100 cities, but secondly, to prepare the way for all cities to be climate neutral by 2050. That is inherent in the European Green Deal. And again, I think cities are in a position to go further and faster. So if you like, for those who've been in the Covenant of Europe for a long time, the Covenant of the Mayors for a long time, and they're ready to take that extra step to go all the way to climate neutrality. And we think the innovative processes within the governance of the cities and working with citizens will be very valuable tools for other cities, such as smaller cities, to take on board as they go forward. And I think it'll be very interesting when we come down to working with the 100 cities, bottom-up, place-based innovation, to look at the different challenges for a city of, say, 50,000 compared to a city of 1 or 2 million. And I hope we're going to have both, because the smaller cities have, if you like, maybe not enough people versed in the technicalities of climate neutrality, what needs to be done, for example, on waste and wastewater or on mobility issues. And at the bigger end of the scale, it'll be questions of organization. How do we get people out of their silos and work towards the common objective? And at the same time, of course, realizing the huge co-benefits that come with climate neutrality. So that, if you like, is the distinction between being in the Covenant of the Mayors or in the Green City Accords with joining our program. We hope that cities who have not yet decided to join our program will go for it. Have a careful look at the call for expression of interest, which I've asked to be made available to you through the chat, and we're very available to discuss it with you in the weeks to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got a question now for Eugenia, because I believe you have some more materials to share with us. Perhaps we can switch back to your set of slides, because we have some questions to do with capacity building, concrete initiatives that help share best practices among the different cities. So perhaps if you can go back to your...
Just before
please
switching, because when Matthew was replying, I had some ideas of other things I would like to share with you. Because indeed this morning, so I heard that many of you, not most of you, but many of you come indeed from smaller municipalities. And so, what Matthew said is that, of course, like the Covenant is an initiative for everyone, and the mission is really for those cities that are ready to take this super extra step to have this super ambitious to become climate neutral by 2030, which is a tremendous change. That's required at the city level. But so in the Covenant, indeed, I think, I'm not sure, I should check that, but I think the smallest signatory might have between 30 and 40 inhabitants, because there are really any kind of city that is part of the initiative, from Paris to the smallest village. And I was telling you before that we have 10,000 signatories, which is a huge community. And as you can imagine, it's also very diverse. And it's not just a question of size, it's a question of climatic condition, access to resources. And the possibilities of cities depend also a lot on the level of decentralization in the country, as you know very well. So there are three things I wanted to mention that can be an interesting support for small cities. And I'm going to also show some things in the slides. The first one is this multi-level governance approach that we always had as part of the Covenant from the very beginning. So we have cities which are really the center of the action, that implement the action plans. and they are the ones setting their targets and measures. But we also have other categories of members of the covenant community, we would call them, that are committing, like signing a political document to support cities. And in that sense, we have regions that have been working with us for many years, and they are providing, for example, methodological support or financing to cities. One example that just comes to my mind is, for example, the Navarra region in Spain, which is doing the all the risks and vulnerability assessments and the monitoring of adaptation plans for municipalities in the region, which is a very important methodological service, let's say, and help that the region is giving. Or like, for example, in Wallonia, the region has been allocating funds to the implementation of the action plans, specifically for this for many years. I think now they are at their third program. So if your region is supporting the Covenant of Mayors, is a coordinator of the Covenant of Mayors, in that you can see on the website, they probably have some instruments to support you. And then another element is the national approach. So since the Covenant is so diverse, we try as much as possible to really link with national frameworks, funding frameworks, but also legislative frameworks, to make sure that also the policies that are rolled out at the national level are supportive of local energy transition and climate transition, climate adaptation. And then the third aspect is the work we do on the Covenant peer learning. And as Michael was suggesting, I will show you a couple of extra slides where you can see that in writing. But we have a very comprehensive, I think, peer learning program that caters to different needs of cities. And there we really try to have something that is really targeted at small cities. So in this sense, we count as small cities with less than 50,000 inhabitants. But really, because we know that the support that is needed and also the capacities in terms of mobilizing staff from the cities is different. But of course, in small cities, there is also, I mean, a higher proximity to the citizens, different possibilities of involving citizens, less structure maybe. So there are pros and cons, of course. Then I'm not in the business, let's say, of small cities, because I still work for a huge network, but a network of big cities. But the Covenant really caters for different needs.
Eugenia. In Spanish, Eugenia. I think that the Covenant of Mayors perhaps was the first thing, the first instrument that we use to change the sustainability in the city, no? Because Covenant of Mayors let us to know where we were and where we want to stay, no? To be in the future, no? For example, in the case of Andalusia, and I think this is a good thing for the little village, no? In the case of Andalusia, the government of Andalusia did an inventory of the emission of the region, because perhaps this is the most difficult thing for the little village, because they don't have enough things, enough knowledge, data. Yes, and in this case we have this support, and it would be a good thing, because all the cities have the same support, and we can to compare one with another, no? And I think it was in this moment the Minister of Environment of Andalusia, the Vice Minister was Juan Espada, the mayor, and he was the person that developed this project. But I think that the Covenant of Mayors is a very good instrument, a very good skill for the city, because he let, as I said, to know where you are and where you want to stay. But when they each 2 years, 4 years, they monitor, no? 4 years. But this is very interesting, because they don't check if you has made all the things that you are going, you have said that you are going to make, but you do another time the inventory, and you check with your old inventory.
Yeah, that's also what I was saying a bit before. I mean, the advantage of having a plan indeed and monitoring it is that you can readjust your objectives, and if you see that you're not reaching them in, for example, some sectors, I don't know, transport, maybe then you will make a different choice, which is always a political choice, the measures that you're going to implement, but they're based on data. And so you can readjust your targets, readjust your actions, and decide, yeah, where you should put more emphasis. That's true.
And it's very interesting for the city because 10 years ago I didn't know what I am going to do in this moment, no? I think it's a very good skill. Another thing about the governance of measure is that we start to do the governance of measure in 2007, and we did the SEAP in the first moment, then the SECAP, no? In this moment that we know which are our plan of mitigation of climate change and our plan of adaptation of climate change, that is very, very interesting. But the only problem is more or less we have a success because the last time that I did the SECAP was in 2019, I think so. I plan to reach in 2030 54%. Okay, I was very, very good. Now they have changed another time. Yes. Yes. And now I need to reach only 0.5, no? Because I am, but it's very...
Yeah, but that's, I mean, you can also keep your target, and then
Okay.
establish the climate neutrality for 2050. So that I can explain it later, how it works in practice. But I also was curious, sorry, am I hijacking your question? Because while Esperanza was talking, I was wondering, do you know if your city has a climate action plan or a sustainability strategy of any kind? Or maybe you are working with some kind of climate strategy in your city? Maybe by show of hand, if you know it. Okay. Around 7, 8 hands. Does anybody of you want to share something about your strategy? Do you know, for example, what are your targets? Or maybe some of you is also responsible for the climate strategy of your city. That would be super interesting to hear. Or if you have specific challenges.
I was, unless, oh, perfect, please.
7, 8 hands. Does anybody of you want to share something about your strategy? Do you know, for example, what are your targets? Or maybe some of you is also responsible for the climate strategy of your city. That would be super interesting to hear. No, or if you have specific challenges.
Our strategy in climate changes are that we want to be zero emission carbon neutral to 2030, and we have a problem with electricity poverty, and we had set up local community where the people invest in solar zero emission corporations.
Energy community, yes.
Yes, and people are investing in our local solar electrons, so the electricity poverty is not longer a problem. And in 2 or 3 years, we will have a great project with new solar electron with 5 megawatts of power, so it will be enough for the whole town. Thank you.
Does anyone else care to share any of their experiences with that? Yes.
In 2 or 3 years, we will have a great project with...
Hello, I'm Councillor Tina Bartois from Hertfordshire in the UK. So actually rather impressively, despite being in the 3rd political party grouping as a Labour councillor, we managed to get our county council to declare a climate emergency, and last year we came up with the Hertfordshire Sustainability Plan. So we have 9 green ambitions. Number 1, carbon neutral for our own operations by 2030, all operations and services ready for future climate, improve biodiversity on our land by 20% by 2030, send nothing to landfill by 2030, net zero greenhouse gases before 2050, and so getting communities ready for the future, improving wildlife and land and water by 2050 by 20%, clean air for all by 2030, and increasing our resource efficiency threefold in the county by 2050. Thank you.
Impressive stuff. Is there anyone else who has a positive experience from their local level? If not, I have another question for Matthew, actually. Based on all of these positive experiences, I was wondering whether you had some, how to put this, there were cities that you saw that succeeded so much in achieving emissions reductions, other environmental targets in the context of the covenant, and other projects that were the inspiration really to want to go to the next level with this climate neutrality by 2030. What are the keys to success that you've come across?
I think it's really cities that have said we have to fundamentally change the way we do things. Again, it's a terrible cliche in itself, but to talk about the silos that we work in, the mobility silos, the energy silos, the buildings efficiency silos, cities that have succeeded have really uprooted their governance and looked in the whole at how they can transform their entire operation and linking it to climate neutrality. It's very interesting for me to hear, I didn't hear where the first speaker was from, which city he was representing, but what is clear to me, there's a snowball of transformation going towards climate neutrality by on much more ambitious timescales. When I started out with this project 18 months ago, I think a lot of people were saying, well, yeah, but climate neutrality by 2030, that's very, very ambitious. I turn it round. The continent as a whole is going to be reducing its emissions by 55% by 2030. We're absolutely going to need a number of cities of all shapes and sizes to get all the way there by 2030, or the maths isn't going to add up. If this is too ambitious, then our climate neutrality goals as a continent are too ambitious. And I was also talking to climatologists in Glasgow, and a lot of them were saying to me that in order to deliver on 1.5%, so 1.5 degrees, we're going to have to probably increase our efforts. I have a feeling that climate neutrality by 2030 is going to quite quickly become the standard and not the highly ambitious best-in-class targets. The benefits that will flow to the cities, in addition, from the first movers, the early access to international finance pools, there's a lot of money floating around out there looking for the right landing places, and cities that are coming forward with fully climate neutral portfolio and programs, again, are the ones that will have the earliest access to these funding streams. So there's no one secret to the success, but I think, firstly, again, to repeat what I said at the start, it's about looking at the way you govern your city. We're not in the Commission or in the Covenant of the Mayors or any other program going to tell you how to do it, but you need to, I think, take a very hard look at how we all need to break out of our silos in order to deliver on these very difficult and challenging objectives.
Thank you. You mentioned money, and I actually have a question for Esperanza, being on the front line of implementing the Green Deal. I was wondering to what extent the European Recovery and Resilience Facility and Spain's National Recovery Plan, has that made a significant difference to you as a local authority? Were you involved in the process? And does that make a big change for you?
I'd like to say a word on that afterwards as well, if I may.
Oh, of course.
Yes, I think that if we want to change our city to 2030 with our funds is impossible, and we need another additional fund. No? In this sense, it's very important to count with the funds of the next generation about the European Commission in our national level or of our regional government level. For example, in the city of Seville, I have put a list of the the first or the main project that we consider that is important to change and to transform our city, and it's about 1,400 millions of euros. This is impossible for us. This is absolutely the budget of the city of Seville with the transport company, waste company, water company, and housing company is 1,000 millions per year. We need 1,400, and it would be impossible. For example, we have some projects about mobility that, in the case of Spain, the government of Spain has launched the last 2 months, has launched a convocatory of aims about mobility, and we have asked for 70 million of euros to do some rapid transit bus for the city of Seville with a change of the energy, because, as I have said, most of our buses is based on gas natural, and we try to change to electricity. And for example, it would be some of our projects, and we have some projects about the green ring around the city. For example, the treatment of the waste, because in Spain is not very so good look about the energetic valorization of the waste. For us, it's a problem because we have the last part of the waste that we don't know what to do with this waste, no? And we need innovative technology for the treatment of the waste. For example, for housing, 100 million for housing, or for example, digital transformation. ¿Qué más? A lot of projects that, if you are interested in this, I can share with you a lot of projects. We put this project in our web. It's disponible for you. And if you want to ask something about this, for me it would be okay.
So yes, Matthew, you wanted to jump in on that.
Yes, I think the finance and funding aspects are extremely important. Underlining exactly what you just heard from our friend from Seville, we did a study with material economics, which estimated that for a city of an average population size of 100,000, the cost of getting to climate neutrality is about 1 billion euros, 1,000 million euros. And of course, that increases in a largely linear way for larger cities. And of course, exactly as Seville said, that money is not coming from city budgets. It's not also going to come just from European or national budgets as well, which is why we are going to have to come with these investment plans to tap into international finance. That said, I do think there's more we could do at the European level, and I very much hope that the 100 cities in our scheme will have improved access to funding. We're going to design what's called a mission label. So all cities that have their climate contracts and are working towards their contracts, remember climate neutrality by 2030, we hope will therefore have increased access to structural funds and to funds flowing from recovery and resilience plans. And I'm sure there were successor facilities which may be needed post-pandemic. This isn't a guarantee, of course, but as going through as the managing authorities who essentially control the funds, the structural funds, for example, they will be looking for cities and for regions and for projects which are going towards climate neutrality. And if you've got a bona fide evidence that that's what you're doing as a city, your access to funds, I'm sure, will be improved. But we're also looking for national support for the cities, and Spain has been exemplary in this. And we have a very strong national network of cities working towards climate neutrality. I had the chance to speak to Zaragoza, the authorities from there the other day. They've got a very clear plan for 2030, and we're looking to encourage more cities from Spain to join that national network, and of course also to join our work on the Climate Neutral Cities Plan. Thank you. We have a very strong national network of cities.
Thanks. I just want to come back to Eugene now, because we kind of started talking about capacity building earlier, and then we went off on a whole range of different topics, but I think you maybe had some more elements to add that could be useful takeaways for the participants. And as we're approaching the end of the session, if you have any questions or comments or thoughts, now's absolutely a good time to raise your hand, and we'll make sure that the microphone makes it to you. Otherwise, and then we went off on a whole range of different topics.
We'll share with you something in writing so that you have all the relevant links about what I'm going to say. But indeed, so the added value of being part of these networks, these initiatives, also for you as local politicians, is really to to tap into the wealth of information and opportunities that exist. There are a lot of things out there. Sometimes even we can say too many initiatives targeted at cities, each looking at one piece of the cake. But the real added value is really connecting with each other, learning from each other, and being able to co-create, let's say, solutions to common challenges. And so there are two things, two capacity building opportunities we provide in the Covenant that I think might be interesting for you in your future work. So the first is our peer learning program, which I mentioned super briefly before, but I would like just to give you a bit more information. And the next one is support to climate adaptation. So our peer learning program is kind of a twinning program under steroids, meaning that we have 4 different programs that assist cities connecting on one-on-one or with experts, and they are really targeted to different needs. So we have the twinning, actual classic twinning program, where a city is matched with another city through an application. And they agree to work together, learn from each other on specific projects that they have or a specific challenge. That can be, for example, linked to, urban logistics in the city, which is a huge challenge for many cities, even before the pandemic, but now even more. Or on, how to create a strategy for a biking infrastructure that is safe and that is green and so on. Then we have the expert missions, which are based on strategies. So really wider strategies of the city. They can be, for example, how to set up a local climate pact. We had a recent expert mission with the city of Sunderland, who is doing exactly that in the UK, or an expert mission on how to create an adaptation strategy that really from scratch, like for a city that has never worked on adaptation, but really wants to create an adaptation strategy that is comprehensive, and it also includes maybe other sectors rather than climate, such as biodiversity, park management, and so on. And then we have 2 other exchanges which are really specific. One is called peer review. It's about action plans. So when a city develops this climate strategy, that's submitted to the Joint Research Center, and the Joint Research Center of the European Commission is the validating body. Basically, they assess that the actions are matching the target that the city wants to achieve. But sometimes, there can be ways of filling in this document that are not exactly right. There can be gaps in sectors and so on. So the peer review really aims at having experts from regions reviewing the texts that are prepared by the city. So really the actual climate strategy, the baseline emission inventory, the description of the measures. It's really targeted to improving the quality of the strategy. And then the last one, which is very new, we just introduced it last year, and we're going to continue it next year, is called technical assistance. As I was saying before, it targets small municipalities under 50,000 inhabitants, and it really connects basically cities with experts that will help them access to European funding programs. So basically helping the cities develop a project idea and then develop a strategy on how to access European funding. So that's really the aim of this program. It also can help to develop a project idea that a city might have but doesn't know how to put into a complete, develop it into a real idea that can be financed or that can get funding from European programs. So that's exactly the focus of this peer learning exchange. And we are launching a new call for applicants in March 2022. So that's going to be something I think particularly interesting for cities that are already in the Covenant of Mayors, or if your municipality wants to sign the Covenant of Mayors, of course, you know where to find me to get all the information. And then the second thing, the second program, it's a real novelty. It was announced by Executive Vice President Timmermans in the Covenant of Mayors ceremony that happened on the 7th of October. And it's a full program that is called the Policy Support Facility for Climate Adaptation. It was announced actually in the new EU adaptation strategy, and it's supposed to help cities moving from planning to implementation of their adaptation plans. And I mean, we all know, we heard it a lot during the COP and also on the news, but we know it for many years. Even if we stop emitting tomorrow our greenhouse gases, we will still need to work on climate adaptation. The effects of climate change will be felt for years again, and that's why it's very important to work on climate adaptation, to take action and make cities more resilient, which is costly. It's difficult to finance with private financing because, of course, there is no easy return on investment as it is for climate mitigation, but it's still very important, and it's also very linked to the wealth and the health and wealth of the communities. So this policy support facility is going to start in January 2022. It's going to be composed of 4 modules, helping covenant signatories to implement direction plans. And so there will be some part of the facility open to everyone, really training on climate adaptation, and then there will be some modules taking place at the national level in the different languages, where we really aim to work with ministries, with regions, with agencies at the regional and national level to basically empower cities, give them all the instruments and all the information. And then a third module, only for some countries that will be selected during the process, will be actual technical assistance directed at cities, where cities will get the support from experts to go there, to have visits, to meet with the different departments, because adaptation, again, Matthew was saying it for climate neutrality, it also relates to adaptation, is cross-cutting within city administrations. It's at the crossroad of different competencies and departments. And there will really be these targeted technical assistance. And then, of course, we will produce a lot of useful information, do's and don'ts, that every city can use in the future. So this program is starting in 2022, and it's going to be, I think, a real opportunity for those of you who want to work on adaptation, on climate adaptation.
Thank you very much for that information. We will make sure that you get that all in writing. That was a lot to take in, so we'll be circulating the details to you. We are almost out of time. I just want to leave you all 30 seconds for some final thoughts, a message of hope, of optimism perhaps, or of action, starting with you, Matthew, then I'll go to Esperanza, and then back to Eugenia to finish.
Well, I'll be very brief. Thank you very much for the chance to join you today in Seville. Very, very encouraging to hear so many of you planning so much. I think we may look back at Glasgow as a turning point when cities really started to set the agenda. Cities showed that they're the ones who'll be taking the implementation forward. Let's learn from each other, as the other speakers have said, and let's really think how we can deliver on climate neutrality, not just for the planet, but for the co-benefits that flow to our citizens when we achieve it. That's the miracle of climate change, to get the co-benefits, which mean so much. Thanks again for the opportunity, and look forward to speaking to many of you in the future as we move towards this common goal.
Thank you very much for joining us. Esperanza.
Finish as I start, no? I think the most important thing is the leadership and the agreement between all the stakeholders, no, of the city. Is the only way to success, no, with this challenge that we are affronting.
Esperanza.
And for me, so the real objective of why we work in these networks and in these initiatives is really to support cities. So be it providing opportunities for local politicians as you, but also for training your city offices, the staff that work with you. So I would really invite you, and that's my final word, to tap into all this information, reach out to us, to the networks, to the Covenant, to all these initiatives, to the European Commission. I'm now like throwing the ball, but indeed, like really look into everything that exists, because there are a lot of opportunities. But I understand that also from a city point of view, it's difficult to understand where to go, where to point, and actually how to use the energies, which are not unlimited. So we can definitely guide you with that, and I really invite you to do so. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I think we can give a big round of applause to our panelists, to Matthew Baldwin, to Esperanza Caro Gomez, to Eugenia Mansuti. Thank you all very much for joining us. Thanks to you all in the room and those of you following us online. I'm just before a break. I got just a service update. So we've got a 15-minute break now. So don't go too far. And we'll start up again at 16:15 with the panel Mobilising and Campaigning for the Green Deal. Thank you all very much. I'm just before a break. I got just a service update. So we've got a 15-minute break now. So don't go too far. And we'll start up again at 16:15 with the panel Mobilising and Campaigning for the Green Deal. Thank you all very much.
2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla, 25 años por delante. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla, 25 años por delante. En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla, 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla, 25 años por delante. En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. En 2025, la isla de la Cartuja contará con una red eléctrica inteligente, con mayor automatización y control de sus instalaciones mediante sensorización y tecnologías de la información, que facilitarán la incorporación de los nuevos productores de energía renovable y del almacenamiento. Los edificios de mayor demanda energética serán inteligentes tras un proceso de rehabilitación energética que promoverá su eficiencia y facilitará su interacción con las energías renovables, además de crear espacios más cómodos y saludables. El suministro energético de la isla será 100% renovable, eléctrico y autosuficiente a través de generación fotovoltaica ubicada en el parque. La movilidad por la isla será totalmente sostenible, con transporte eléctrico, conectado, compartido y autónomo. Esto conllevará una mayor peatonalización de los espacios, priorizando las zonas verdes y los carriles para vehículos no emisores. Todo ello se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante. Se conseguirá gracias a la digitalización, que permitirá una plataforma de datos en abierto para la gestión inteligente del parque. eCity Sevilla. 25 años por delante.
Would you have to ask Monica how does it work to get you also some number? I mean, you have 1 year when you're staying there, but like, because then they have the replacement. You can get a replacement. So Johnny, my boss, he's a replacement. So when you're a replacement, when somebody. Would you have to ask Monica how does it work to get you also? I mean, you have 1 year when you're Hello, good afternoon. So this is the last panel. I know you are tired, but I know that you're very interested in the topic, as you have been showing the last 2 days. My name is Jose Santoro. I work at the PS with the PS activists, but my work is very focused on campaigning and mobilization within our PS family, member parties, but also with our sister organizations, the PS in the Committee of the Regions or the Young European Socialists. And this panel, with this panel, we will aim to share good practices. So it will be a bit different than the previous ones. So actually, I would like you to interact. So I will start actually with you, not with them. But I will first introduce you to them. So they're all your colleagues and young elected officials. And here there are Michele Alviani, who got just elected a couple of months ago in the city of Milano. He ran his own campaign, and he managed to be elected in the 11th place out of 20. And he did a very, very good individual campaign. Then we have Chris from the UK. He's a member of the Labour Party, but he also promoted Labour for Green Deal, which is an initiative that brings together a lot of Labour members around the topic of the Green Deal, and they did a fantastic, they achieved a fantastic goal, which was introducing the Green Deal as a main topic in the Labour manifesto, that now the party, I guess, they have to implement at all levels. And then we have yes, Vice President Gevan. My Maltese is not as good as my Galician. He's just Vice President, also recently elected in the Yes Congress in Malta. So welcome to the family. And congratulations for being as strong in Malta for so many years. And he's working also in the government on sustainability, but he has a long experience in the youth organizations, and so as well in mobilization. But now I would like to ask you to share some good practices. They don't need to be focused specifically on something related to the Green Deal, but I'm sure that you, that yourself at local level, and you come from cities, medium cities, also from small towns and rural areas, and I'm sure that yourself initiated at some point a campaign or promoted something within the city or within the party, either running for the elections or just as part of the council. Because I heard also today some of you were sharing some of those practices in the Work Cafe, and I would like you to bring some examples, so then we can have a conversation with our speakers. So who wants to go first? Or just as part of the council, because I heard also today some of you. Celine, Humberto, and I would like to bring some examples. Now one, really? Well, then I will ask here, I will start from my left, always to the left. So, Michele, why don't you explain us how, so once you decided to run from the Partido Democrático, how did you manage to run yourself the campaign and get elected? How much support did you have? And mostly, which tools did you use, as for example, social media or others, that then you saw that were successful to get you elected and get the signatures and the votes?
Thank you, Jose. And first of all, I want to say also thanks to Rainbow Rose because I'm also activist of Rainbow Rose and he's our General Secretary General. And dear comrades, it's a really long story. Actually, I've been elected almost 2 months ago. It was clearly a really weird campaigning. The election originally should have been run in late May, but clearly for COVID situations, we decided to move it until after summer. I'm still the deputy of my local party, Metropolitan City of Milan, about LGBTIQ plus rights, politics. So it's something that I say like build in several years. Surely, in general, for every kind of theme, not only this, but I think also for about the environment, etc. You have to be credible. I mean, something you have to be current in what you do, what you say, not in a maniac way like I'm perfect, because everyone makes big mistakes. We are people, and for example, for me, is something that was really useful because usually one of the things that I also heard today about how to engage young people to campaigning to be part of a political party or a movement, etc., is something that clearly needs to be real people. I mean, not like in a superficial way. I mean, you have content, you know stuff in a technical way, in a political way, but the thing is that you must be someone that believes in this. For example, when I entered in the party 8 years ago, and also in the Young, at the time, the Young organization, Giovani Democratici, before I didn't deal with LGBTQ plus issues, but then there was like an empty field. I mean, it was something that not only empty, but was something that was craving to have people that deal with it. And then, since I deal outside about this with the people that were elected, my colleagues, my comrades, and then somehow, probably, I don't know if in English is the same definition, about attivismo performativo, performative activism. Perfect. There is performative politics. Okay, we can say this. It's something like people that say, "Oh, we are your supporters. We are not part of your community, of your gender, but we support you." And then, at the moment in which they can do something for you, they don't do it. But not because they are evil people or evil comrades, but because clearly they have other issues to deal with. And probably say, okay, I can do it later in a different way, etc. So at some point I decided, I usually work with association movements outside the party, I understood that we had to do something by first person. And something that, as I told you earlier, about being really believing in the theme, understanding clearly I'm not like a movement, a part of a movement outside. I'm part of a party, a really big party. So I have I understand some dynamics, I understand several stuff, but this doesn't like make me blind about being efficient and understanding and translating what people needs to something that you can do. So I decided to run. It took me 3 years, so just like more than 1 year before the pandemic. And I continued to work like this, and my main instrument was Instagram. Okay, I had Instagram since almost 10 years. For 8 years was like a really normal one. I mean, it's not judging. And first of all, I want to say this. I'm sorry if it seems like self-referential, but since I'm talking about my campaigning, somehow it can happen, but just to explain you. It was like a normal account of Instagram with like 10 likes for a picture, etc. Last year, when we were all closed for the lockdown around, I was alone at home, and so it was something that I started to do also to, from our part, to get practice with it, testing, without studying from guides or online paper, etc. Sorry. And the thing is that I started to do this kind of post, just also to don't feel alone. And last year, there was in parallel this situation that was a discussion of a queer phobia law that was, that we can say died 1 month ago, but it was like right months, more than a year before the moment it became a mainstream theme. And so I started to create content that was like, not like me, I'm cool, I wanna do this, but like, okay, I wanna make you act for this. So you have to do mail bombings, you have to post, but also engaging other people, also outside our bubble, because since everyone has one or more bubbles on social media or also in real life, I think it was also about creating this movement, this wave, okay? And it worked. I mean, it was actually probably as everything itself, like that you put energy in one part, and also you are lucky for some dynamics that don't count on you. I mean, that happens also if you're not there. And so it's something that if you are super connected around, you can translate and become someone that represents people. And that's why I will, sorry if I interrupt. Okay, no, I will finish now because it's really, because it's connecting with, because it's connecting what today was said. Social media is super important. Clearly, or without any kind of sarcasm, etc. But polemics. The thing is that you can use these instruments. You have to do it with responsibility, but it's useful to, for example, I said Instagram, not Facebook, because my community, the LGBT community, is mainly on Instagram, and so it was more easy. It was easier to get them and let them know that I was candidate, that how can they vote me, and I didn't do as my work is doing elections campaigning, and I didn't do most of the stuff that usually is you have to done, like videos, like the actual I am this, vote for me. I didn't do this. It was something really natural because I have this credibility is right, coherence about my stuff. So, and since we have to think, and it's the closing part of this speech, about the future. Young people is clearly the future, but now, I don't know in your countries, in my country, like you are young until 40 years old. I'm not, but I'm young, but not 30 years old. And the thing is that you have to make, first of all, we have to learn, that's what I said to my party always in the last years, we have to learn how to participate, then we can learn how to make the other people participate, and make them understand that participation is not like only saying no, it's also that you propose something and it becomes reality. And if you don't do it with the young people, you cannot do it anymore because it's useless and our parties will die. Thank you.
Thank you, Michele. And now, actually, Michele was talking about, he made a good point about activism, because I think that we all consider ourselves activists, but I think that it's clear there are two kinds of activism. You have like the activism from the civil society, so there's the one that can do an activism through NGOs, but then there is the political activism, and this is what we do. And I think that a good example is what you did, Chris, in the Labour Party, because I'm a person that actually believes in order to change things in life and to help people, you have to get involved in politics. It's the only way to implement your principles and ideas, and sometimes you have to even promote them into this activism within your political party or your political organization. And this is what you did in the Labour Party. So I'd like to ask you how when it's supposed that environment is a policy that should be part of the program of the policies of the party. How did you get to understand that you need to push more, and specifically for the Green Deal, that is also a bit related to the Brexit, right? Because they're not in the EU anymore, and Green Deal is more EU, but I mean, still something that's a topic can be promoted. And how did you manage to get other members, other colleagues from the party to join around it and to explain also how it was the process to push for your principles on that and your policy within the manifesto?
Firstly, thanks very much for having me. I mean, it's worth saying that probably unusually I'm in a minority in that I'm not a politician, I'm an activist. So that's the perspective I'm kind of bringing a kind of more of a skepticism or a distrust of politicians, so you'll excuse me for that. I guess it's worth saying that Labour for a Green New Deal was born in around early 2019, and this was in the context of Jeremy Corbyn being the leader of the Labour Party, and myself and many others who I knew were very big fans of Corbyn's leadership. We felt that it was kind of rehabilitated a dying social democratic kind of oriented Labour Party. But one of the things we kind of identified was that climate policies, climate justice, was one of the weak points within the kind of leadership's platform. And so, part of our analysis really was understanding that for any elected politician, but particularly the leaders of a national political party, you come under pressure from multiple areas. So Labour's leadership at the time would have been coming under pressures from other MPs, so that the Parliamentary Labour Party, trade unions, NGOs, also capital, corporations, business. And actually one of the areas where there wasn't so much organised pressure was from the membership, the party membership, which of all of these institutions was the most politically radical. And so one of the things we felt was necessary was to build an organisational infrastructure that would be able to systematically pressure the party from the left, but also in solidarity on this important issue of climate. Now, we're very proudly, as an organisation, socialists. We have a class-based climate justice politics, and we saw ourselves as distinct from the kind of technocratic climate politics that you'd very often get in NGOs, and the more kind of anarchic climate politics that you'd get in a lot of the kind of direct action movements. And we had a real analysis as well that if we want to achieve climate justice, that would have to be done in partnership and in solidarity with the labour movement, the trade union movement. And so we felt that the Labour Party, as well as being a kind of obvious vehicle for implementing a just transition and climate justice, would also be an important vehicle to build that unity between the labour movement and the climate movement as well. We also, I guess it's worth saying as well, the other thing that we kind of identified was that around this time that we wanted to set up an initiative like this, the idea of a Green New Deal became increasingly prominent. And so I'm sure everyone will have heard the story of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in the US, the Sunrise Movement, really putting this onto the agenda. And for us, this idea of a Green New Deal, and the Green Deal in Europe, really nicely encapsulated the need to marry economic justice with climate justice. But as this idea of a Green New Deal was becoming more prominent, we were also really aware that it was open to co-optation and moderation by really nicely encapsulated the need to marry ambitious forces in politics. And so we felt it was necessary to build an organisational infrastructure that would consistently organise to radicalise the Green New Deal and to defend its most radical elements against it being watered down. And if I can be provocative for a moment, I've listened intently to a number of sessions both today and last night, and I think actually what we've heard from a lot of the elected leaders that have been here is in practice the moderation of the Green New Deal. I think we've heard a lot of very technical ideas about how we might decarbonise, how we might achieve carbon neutrality or net zero, which I think is itself a moderation on our ambition. And very rarely have we heard about the real systemic transformations that we need in our economy. Very rarely have we heard about the power of labour and the labour movement. I consider it a real privilege to be a member of a party that has historic and institutional connections to the labour movement and that is founded on that solidarity. Very rarely have we heard about that. And what the real core goals that we at Labour for a Green New Deal have is ensuring that kind of about 4 principles are absolutely central to the Green New Deal within Labour. One is rapid decarbonisation, the second is mass public investment, the third, really crucially, is democratic public ownership, so rebalance, taking the economy out of the private sector, putting it into the public sector, and then again, something we've not really heard about, international justice. And so I know I've only got about a minute or so left, so I'll just, kind of come to the crux of what I'm planning to say. I mean, I guess, what I'm talking about is not just kind of meekly kind of gathering people around the headlines or abstractions like fairness or justice or solidarity. It's about, and I think really crucially, how do we campaign successfully? It's about creating unity around the things on which we agree, but actually drawing dividing lines and creating confrontations over the issues where our elected leaders aren't doing enough. And so that's what we did, for example, at Labour Party conference this year. And in the midst of an energy crisis, we made it really clear that it was unacceptable that Labour's leadership was not committing to bring the energy system into public ownership. We made it really clear that the Labour Party must make a proud case that the profit motive has failed in the provision of energy and the decarbonisation of energy. And so our organising has substantially revolved around big moments. So we've passed motions through annual Labour Party conferences. We've made interventions when we felt that our leadership has failed us. But really crucially, the foundations of that, as I said, has been an infrastructure that can be enduring beyond any one individual. So we have a national organisation that has teams of volunteers from everything from communications to events to policy to accounts and fundraising. But we also have a national network of local groups. And the way the Labour Party in the UK is structured makes that really important because it has a flawed democracy with a very basic unit of a branch in a neighbourhood and then a constituency and then a region and then nationally. And it's important to have a distributed network of activists who are prepared to advance the agenda locally right the way up nationally as well. And so I've got much more to say and I'm very happy to say it, but I don't want to kind of drag on too much longer. So yeah, I'll leave it at that, but I think there's lots of interesting things that we're doing about organising on a municipal level as well that I'd be happy to go into.
Thank you, Chris. Definitely being provocative, it's in the core of your principles, but I think that is also one of the keys to succeed within the party, because we all know that sometimes it's difficult to convince our leaders to progress in some policies. And a few years ago, if we could have said like a lot of stuff that now it's kind of agreed, as for example for the Green Deal, but also on many other topics as women's rights or LGBT rights or economics. They will be like, oh, but there were people that believe in that and push for that within the party, and this is what you are doing. And I think that you said being provocative, and I really like that. As for campaigning, I think that you have to be provocative, otherwise you don't get as the attention you need on your topic. Now, I would like to take the experience of Yorin, that actually now he is working as an advisor for the Ministry of Energy, Enterprise and Sustainable Development. So I guess that as being in power, the Labour Party for all these years, you are implementing a lot of European policies that are part of the Commission's plan, but also related to your position in yes. Could you give us some examples of how you succeed to? Because I heard that I guess that there were some policies that were a bit controversial probably to the citizens and that were difficult to explain, and I guess that you have had to campaign to make sure that they kept the support to the Labour that you get in Malta. And you must have been doing a good job because you are still like winning a majority over majority. So, but I'm pretty sure you had some issues, some policies related to the environment that you had to implement, and people, or I don't know, some sectors of the economy were against, but you managed to. And you have, like, as your party, a lot of success introducing some controversial topics. That it was, for example, the equality marriage years ago. So can you give us some examples?
You know a lot about Malta. First of all, thank you. Gracias, Sevilla. It is an honor to be here, and this is also a pleasure. And I hope that you are finding this panel interesting, because we have two success stories here, Michele and Chris. They both believe in what they're doing. They both believe in a campaign, in something that needs to be done better in society. And they're managing to push forward the change they aspire to see, and they are effectively being the change. Because after all, campaigning is about inspiring. Yesterday, I was having some conversations with colleagues, and you know, this is the success we've had in Malta, being inspiring, believing, and being ambitious, being united together, and this is what I I'm always talking about, being united together. And this is, coincidentally or not, this was also the theme of the Young European Socialists Congress, which was held in Malta, together for a fair and green recovery. Because after all, if we're not together, how can we succeed? You know, we need to create this kind of movement with ideas, with a vision on where we want to be in 5, 10, 15 years from now. Because it's not just about planning ahead, it's also about providing a solution for the problems we are facing right now. And you seem to be quite informed about my country. And yes, it has not always been easy to implement change, you know, because change is quite challenging. Change brings about that risk of people being afraid to make the next step. But if you are ambitious, if you have a mission, if you actually believe in what you're doing, you can win people's hearts, and you can actually bring about that support that you need to implement the change you're proposing. For instance, you mentioned the equality marriage bill, which was a huge step forward in my country. Until 2010, we did not have divorce. It was introduced in law in 2010. We've reformed that law as well. Very recently, we're discussing right now in Parliament a very controversial debate, the cannabis reform, which we are doing it because we're believing in promoting a better society. You know, we are reforming our laws to make sure that we have a more socially just society, because I mean, everyone deserves a chance to grow, you know, in society, and we are here. We're doing politics to be better, to make our countries better. You also mentioned and asked me about policies which are being implemented in Malta with regards to achieving goals which are part of the European Green Deal, and a lot is being done. I was speaking to the environment minister as well Of course, to the Minister for Sustainable Development and Energy, who is also a former MEP. And a lot is being done. For instance, we're working hard to achieving carbon neutrality neutral economy by 2050, which is not easy, but we are ambitious enough, and we're sure we will reach that by 2050, because we're also implementing change and the cultural change in our society. We have this experience of being quite ambitious as a small country, and Milan has a population of 2 million, almost 2 million people. We are a small island state of almost 500,000 people, and that has its positive feelings, has its challenges, but of course having no resources other than human resources is also quite challenging, and it is something that it is ingrained in our people, that we take up the challenge and we turn it into an opportunity. So we're young people, and we should all do that.
Thank you very much, Jorvin. Actually, it's funny that you mentioned you are having also a bill now to pass in Parliament on the legalization of the cannabis, because it's part of the coalition agreement for the new German government, as well as reading out of the coal. But getting more into campaigning, so I have more specific questions, because doing a campaign also costs money, resources and money. So actually you should all check the Instagram of Michele. The first thing you will see is Lady Gaga, but there is live on his Instagram after Lady Gaga.
Like post.
But actually, if you go back to the 28th of August, you will see a picture with his happy face, just like, but a bit doubting face of, oh, I've been signed by the PD to run. And you can see a bit like the evolution of the progress of the campaign. But it's okay. You said you base your campaign on Instagram, so actually they all can see. And you got a lot of votes, and was on yourself. You didn't have like any support of the party. It's not like in some parties that we just present a list, so the party does the advertisements, and that's it. So I have one question, because I saw like you were painting benches in the park and also organizing some meetings. Well, you were doing all the time Insta videos or this kind of yeah. But the money. So I guess that you needed money for doing your leaflets. I saw that you did some brochures and so on. Where did you get the resources? 2 minutes.
2 minutes. In August, we had this gathering of Rainbow Rose in Copenhagen, and one of the things that we were in a panel, we was discussing, my question was how we do get the money, because we do need the money. In Italy, with clearly problems with the five-star movements, Renzi, etc., we are really poor as parties. So clearly the party doesn't give a shit of you. Sorry for the bad, but it's actually like this, but not in a bad way. For example, I opened crowdfunding, and the thing that I said when I launched it was every euro that I won't use for my campaigning, it will be donated to an association in which I'm a volunteer about HIV tests and also PrEP consulting. Since it's now it will be public, every part of our accounts, how did we spend, so I can tell you. I gained 6,000 euros. I spent some around 4,500. And mostly, I'm sorry, it's not really sustainable, but it was flyers, not that much, like 800 euros. Then it was mainly for my last event, that was 2015, something 500, something like that, with drag queens and performers. That I paid because of everything about the lockdown. The artists clearly suffer in these 2 years. And then like few euros on the social media, actually, because mainly on Facebook. On Instagram, it was like less than 100 euros. So it was, everything was, come si dice, I don't remember the word, it's like actual engagement. I mean, from actual engagement, and so it was something that I built, that's what I say earlier. So it's something that you build in time and also during the campaigning, because it's like the right time to do it.
And you use
sorry.
And you use Facebook for the crowdfunding. How did you do it? Like?
No, I didn't use Facebook. I used directly the bank account that by law, I don't know your laws, but in Italy, if you spend more than 2,500, you need to open a bank account that you don't use directly, but you choose someone that you deposit at the tribunale. So it's something like super registered, super controlled. And I used this platform that was called The Rev, that's Italian platform that deals with it. And but you can use GoFundMe. There are several others. But for me, for example, was like the social engagement. About also, I donated more than 1,000 euros to the association. So it's something that for me it's really important, and also the people understood this.
So you started with transparency, your life in politics, which is quite good. You've been transparent from the beginning, and on top of that, whatever you have left from the campaign, you donated to one of the causes that you use to make the campaign. Chris, in 3 minutes, if you have to tell our participants, who are all local elected officials, to start a campaign that they can do themselves related to the Green Deal, which suggest like 2-3 topics, or just like focusing one and advise how would you campaign for it, how would you sell it, using the tools that they can have, but something that actually it's easy for their citizens, for their neighbors to touch, and that can make the difference, and they can identify like, okay, Chris, this councillor, that was the guy that was running to a supermarket saying that we shouldn't get avocados from Latin America, that they're drying the booths over there, or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is an important question, because one of the things I've been really sensitive to, and I think some of the challenges came out in the last session, was like the limitations that we face, like acting on a local level or a municipal level. And so I think it's very easy to often think, oh, we're going to achieve like a local Green New Deal or a Green Deal. For me, like a Green New Deal is like an essentially national program, right? But so we need to think about how do we move in that direction? How do we build the blocks of it from a locality? And so I think for me, just a bit of context, in the UK, one of the really challenging things has been, in terms of like selling this on a national level, is a decade of austerity, of really kind of depriving local authorities of resources and power, has meant that people lack a sense of possibility or a sense of, what a Green New Deal could be. And so I think it's important to think about, what are 1 or 2 really specific things that you can do. So not to say this is a Green New Deal, but to say this is what it could look like, and to create a sense of possibility. And so we've heard quite a lot about transport actually the last couple of days, but I'll talk about it again, because I think the reason why we've heard a lot about it is because transport is one of really the issues that has a really significant consequence in terms of emissions, but also it's a really good example of something that could change very quickly, needs to change very dramatically, but is very visual. It has very material, understandable infrastructural changes. And so when we talk about a modal shift from cars, for example, to public transport, all of a sudden you see more buses, you see and you get to use more trains, you see more trams popping up. But I think when we're talking about what do we campaign on, one of the things that Labour for a Green New Deal has been doing is not just campaigning for more public transport or trying to encourage people to shift from cars to bikes or cars to walking, as we heard about before. What we need to campaign on is making the greenest option the cheapest and the easiest. And for us, you can articulate an underlying politics there, which I think often we don't kind of get to, which is about who owns the public transport. And certainly in the UK's context, public transport has been significantly privatised over the past few decades. And what that's meant is fares are really expensive, the routes that we need don't exist, it's really inaccessible, different types aren't integrated, and the conditions for workers are really bad. And so I think a Green New Deal type campaign is for bringing public transport into public ownership, so taking those contracts out of the hands of profiting private companies, and then making sure you're kind of meeting that checklist. So it's not just about saying, kind of moralizing people into doing a kind of arduous choice in terms of what their transport is. It's about saying the Green New Deal isn't just about decarbonising transport, it's about making it cheap, it's about making it enjoyable, it's about making it as easier than a car to get from A to B. It's about saying you don't just have to go into the middle to come back out again, you're connecting different bits of cities. So I think that's the kind of thing that as a local politician, you can really do, and you can begin to say, look, this isn't the Green New Deal in its totality, but it's a model of where we need to go. And you can then make the argument about other things. You can say, look, we only did that about public transport because we brought it out of the private sector, because we gave ourselves the power to shape it and transform it. And you could also, you could say, look, we're not going to be able to get everywhere we want to with public transport without national investment and without national powers. But you can then say, that's why. You can say, this is what our ambition is. This is what we want public transport to look like. And it's the fault of national governments or supranational governments that we can't get there. So you can use that issue as a campaigning platform to go further and push further.
Thank you, Chris. And I agree. When someone talks to me about trains, it gets all my attention. And I always say, how we manage, we have trains and high-speed trains founded by the Commission, and it's as easy as going to Skyscanner to get a flight to wherever you want to go, but it's still so difficult to travel between countries using the train. And actually, most of them are public enterprises or belonging to the governments. Jürgen, you now on your role as Vice President of YES, so now you have 2 years on this mandate, and you know that the environment is one of the priorities for the millennials and younger than millennials. So have you thought already which kind of campaign you want to do with the Young European Socialists, but that also can bring on the rest of the family, like the PS Committee of the Region or the PS, together to support it? Have you thought a topic or a campaign, something punchy you want to do to try to bring all these young, active people to come and vote for the European Socialists?
I have the Secretary General here. She would be really angry, but no, we've been working. I followed this area since June when I was elected at the Presidium then for the first time for a few months, and now we're still following this area. We have a lot of work to do. Environment is on the top of the agenda because it is part of our life. We live in a global society. The environment, we need to protect it, not only because it is at risk, because we have the responsibility also to have a better environment, better climate, a good climate for the upcoming generations, because otherwise we could make a total mess, no? So we definitely have to work on various campaigns. We need to get you on board, local councillors, mayors, and other young people who are activists and interested in being part of this movement. Because after all, Chris mentioned something earlier which really struck me, and it's the word movement. We have to create this movement of activists who are ready to give their all and send out the message to make this leap forward, to bring about this change in culture. And so we're planning a different number of campaigns, for sure. Hopefully we'll be able to meet in person. But also, we need you to send a message in your localities. We need you to send a message in your region, in your regions, in your countries, that we need to be, as I said earlier, together for the environment. And irrespective of the political family, irrespective of your background, your social status, I mean, the environment hits each and every one of us. So it's your duty, I think that even in your policies that you are implementing in your cities, in your countries, in your localities, you have to think about what is the right thing to do, what is the best thing for the future, the most sustainable thing for the policies to be implemented. And we will be coming at you in the coming months, for sure, years, to have 2 years of hard work to make this change happen. And for sure, it will be interesting on listening from you guys and other people how you're implementing such measures. And we've talked about different measures in different countries over the past few days. And like even in the breakout sessions we had, it was really interesting to speak about social mobility. I attended that session, the just mobility, and even the housing session. It was really interesting. And we need to think always ahead, and most importantly, in an innovative manner.
Thank you. Thank you, Jorin. Would you like to bring any question or raise any issue or topic from your side to our 3 campaigners here? But if not, no worries, because I do have something to ask you, all of you, but not one by one. No, I think that the best way to close today, or this panel, will be that, I mean, the group remain, and we are like all involved in the politics, and the thing that unites all of us here is the Committee of the Regions, and actually there you have a great platform with very strong social media, but also when it comes to policy, recently we had this campaign also with Rainbow Rose about the LGBTI freedom cities and regions, and that actually was a good practice because it was based on a resolution that was passed in the parliament because of the developments in Hungary and Poland. But the parliament resolution was important as a political stand, but actually didn't change much, like the day-to-day life of those that were living in those so-called LGBT free zones in Poland, for example. But our campaign did, and it was a campaign that was born of an idea of the Committee of the Regions together with some people, of the staff of the Committee of the Regions together with some people in Rainbow Rose. And the campaign had no resources, not financial resources at all, just like the good willing of the people doing another project on top of their day-to-day work, and actually also teach us that not everything is written about campaigning. Michele was saying like what worked for him, or Chris, what worked for him in his movement. But for example, we put it like social media as one of our first pillars, and we killed it after 1 month because it didn't work. But then the progressive local stories, which is something that is already a common practice for the core, worked very well. And we had like so many requests of mayors. Suddenly, they promoted a resolution that could be adapted to any municipality, and we were so shocking how like we were finding out through Twitter, through the local newspapers, that so many cities and regions were passing the resolution, and actually we were mentioning it. the commissioner itself, Elena Dali, is still mentioning our campaign as one of the best practices she saw to implement a policy. Because our politicians can criticize, of course, they should. But when it comes to take an action, and for example, we see how much problems the European Union has to impose and to make Hungary or Poland to follow the principles. We're trying to push for the Article 7, etc., and it's quite complicated, but actually this campaign had an effect like all across Europe, and it became viral, but was just like the goodwilling. But I want to say thank you for the Committee of the Regions, because without their support, but also the strength they have to push for that, that wouldn't have been possible. Neither this school and the event of today, so I want to say thank you, and I'm sure all of them, to you, Monica, Nicola, Julian, Vanessa, Catherine, Manuel, the photographer, for the last 2 days. Thank you a lot, and see you later. And we're done. I give the floor to the conclusions, Monica. Yes, Anna and Monica. Thank you, guys.
Pun intended. I think we are slowly going to an end, and Monica and I will say a couple of words to thank you from our hearts for being with us here. I really hope that you enjoyed today, and I want to say that there have been, as Jose was mentioning, a lot of work behind what you have experienced here, and once again, thanks a lot to everyone involved, to Monica and the team of Committee of Regions, to PES, also the team of Young European Socialists. So I really want to thank you, all of you, for being here. It's, as I said, it's one of the first physical activities that we have done together, but it's definitely not the last one. So I really hope that we will see you next year as well in another edition, but in between we will have also a lot of interesting projects, so follow us on the social media and keep yourself informed about the events. Now I will hand over to Monica.
Well, yes, also from our side, as the PES group in the Committee of the Regions, we just wanted, of course, to give you a little wrap-up and say that when we started working on this project over a year ago, for the second edition of our school, no one believed that it was going to happen. We were in the middle of the pandemic. We all felt the need to bring you again together, but no one believed it was going to be possible. So if we are here today, it's because there are some colleagues, I have amazing colleagues, and it's thanks to them and thanks to their hard work that we are coming again together for what we believe is really the best project that we have. Many of you never heard about the Committee of the Regions. You will not hear about the Committee of the Regions again when you go back home. But one of the strongest power we have is actually this. People think that we are just a consultative body. In reality, the soft power, or so-called, we have is really this. It's like bringing you together and learning from each other, sharing experiences, and changing Europe through you. Because you need to remember this, and it's written on your bags as well. It's our motto. Europe is where I am means that Europe is in the territories, it's in your cities, it's you. You are making Europe every day, and not us in Brussels, and not us in the European institutions. So I want to give a big, please join me again, to give a big round of applause to my colleagues. Julien, who made all your trips possible. Yeah. And Nicolas, who made the beautiful event of yesterday possible, but also today. And of course, Francesco, who worked on the content on the Green Deal. But then also beautiful Catherine, who was here helping and supporting us from, although she's preparing a lot of things for next week. And my new star, Vanessa, who just joined last week, but she's already the best colleague I've ever had. And then also a person who is not here today, but you already know, maybe some of you know her, Katya. She is working with me every day. And then, of course, to Anna and Jaylan, because honestly, yeah, 1 year ago, we were on Zoom discussing this project, and now we are finally meeting each other and being together. And then, of course, we have also the Party of European Socialists. So Jose and Michael here, without you, this would have not been possible. So many thanks as well to you for this. And I don't know if you noticed, but there is also one member in the room still from the Committee of the Regions. He has been with us all day long. And is Karl-Heinz Lambert, the former president of the Committee of the Regions, and he has been with you all day long, listening to you and learning from you, and this is amazing. So thank you also for that. But I'm not done, because what I want you now to bring home is this. So 3 little things. First one, stay in touch. We have a Facebook group that we will share with you with all the young leaders part of our network, that also from previous editions, so you will meet more people. We have also another WhatsApp group, some of you are in there, but also there you can still exchange and be with exchange with each other and ask people to participate in your project. Number 2, and it's very important and I mean it, we are a small team, you see, but count on us. So if you have ideas, if you want to create a project in your city, a twinning experience with another town, you need to come and write to us, and we will do our best really to help you make that happen. So don't forget that. And then the third thing I want to ask you is to join us again. So today, of course, it was for some of you the first experience, for others, I'm looking at Umberto, not, but join us again. This is not the end of our process, and I can already tell you that next year we are organizing another school towards the end of June, beginning of July, in the beautiful country where I also come from, Italy, and it's gonna be in Reggio Emilia. On childcare policies, so keep that in mind. You will receive an email, please check our emails. And again, next week you're gonna get one with all the photos, all the links, but also a feedback form, and we really like to hear from you what you thought worked well, what didn't work so well, what are your suggestions for the future. So please keep an eye on your mailbox and don't forget us. And with this, I think that it's all from us. And the final big thanks, the enormous big thanks, is to you, because some of you came with like 3 planes to come here to Sevilla and woke up at 4 a.m. and you were here and participating. You were not participants. You are the actors of all this process. So really, it has been such an inspiration for us to listen to you. And for us, you are the future, and you are those who are going to change Europe. So we count on you. Please go back and do all your best, and we will make it. So you are the center of everything. Voilà. Yeah. Thank you. And the dinner. So now what's next? We're going to go back to the hotel, we're going to relax, but we're going to be ready for being together again around 9 p.m. in the restaurant. I will send the link on WhatsApp. And bye-bye to those following online, sorry, but thanks for being with us. And we will, of course, keep being in touch, and you can apply again for the school next year, as I said. So that's it, and ciao, ciao.